Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Ajalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, welcome to all of the viewers who are gathering with us right now on Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, and all of the social media platforms, who are gathering with us on Facebook, YouTube, on Twitter, and Instagram, and also all of the viewers who are gathering with us together to be able to participate in the two-way video conferencing, the Nayana Diksha. We're welcoming all of the viewers who are also joining us from the satsang centers and the temples, the devalayas, annalayas across the world. And each and every one of you who are joining us right now for the Devi Parashakti Akashik meeting. Yes. If you are joining with us, you might be thinking this is your first time coming across a program like this. You might be thinking that it is just a coincidence, but I assure you, this is not a coincidence. This is a cosmic intervention into your life to manifest the superconscious breakthrough. Devi Parashakti is the divine feminine cosmic mother. She is the source of all universes, all of the big bangs and black holes, and all of the source of every single one of us. She is where all of us are going, all of us are residing in at the moment, and she is what we will be merging back into at the end of our life. In this program, you'll be understanding and you'll be able to manifest the breakthrough that you want in your life. How that's going to happen, what exactly you need, and what exactly is the divine principles of Devi Parashakti. All of that is what you will be understanding and manifesting today. And how you will be able to achieve this is, one, by listening and internalizing, and by having the Diksha and Darshan of the Devi Parashakti through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes, you can go on to the next slide. We can go on, yes. Yes, I request the NTV operator to project the slides on Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the introduction, where we can have the first glimpse of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We can go to the title slide, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Out of his utmost grace and compassion, Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, giving us each and every one boons, granting our boons, answering our prayers and requests, giving us the breakthrough that we want in our lives. And each and every one of you must know that it is through the Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan that brings us lasting transformation in our lives. And it is not just a single time breakthrough, but a lifetime, a breakthrough which you have been searching for lifetime. Now, let us understand, for those of you who might be new, the brief attempts to introduce the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all of his contributions to the world today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assumed the form on the 2nd of January 1978, and he is the reviver of the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened, civilizational nation of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was recognized from a young age by esteemed enlightened masters and adepts, and he has revived the temple-based university and he has revived the science of power manifestation as well as science of yoga and temple-based living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient Hindu indigenous kingdoms. Yes, thank you so much. You can go on to the next slide. The next slide, please. Yes, he was ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam or Pontiff of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham or the Tonde Mandalam Adinam. He is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. He is a present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailashonata Shamala Peetha Sarvagya Peetham, and he is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada, the ancient apex body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, and he is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders or pontiffs in the year 2015. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, who is most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. He's authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages. He is in 3 languages, which are English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and each of these are translated further into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of his books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and over 10,000 hours of discourses available to the whole humanity in many different social media platforms. And he has enriched 1 billion people digitally, and he is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, including the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. He is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudra Kanyas, Rudras, Rishis and Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sannyasis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world, with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagya Peethas, the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm-leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Yes, so now this concludes the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we'll now be entering into the most exciting segment, the power demonstration led by the Gurukul Balasan, and will be joining with us shortly is Ma Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan, who will be guiding us in the power demonstration segment, where each and every one of you can be witness to the powers of Paramashivoham. So now we'll take a very quick break and be right back with you shortly.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back. And now, all of us saw who is Devi Parashakti, who is the supreme point of Hinduism, and what we're going to get from this program. So now let's move into an exciting segment where all of us will be seeing the live demonstration of the extraordinary powers of Paramashiva.
So the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha, which is initiation.
In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. The third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you would with your two eyes.
What are Shaktis?
In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, divine powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine, not you are a man and you need to reach the divine.
Between Shaktis and Siddhis. So Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the master guru. Siddhis are enlightenment. Shaktis are source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are on path of enlightenment.
A few more differences between Shaktis and Siddhis are that Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way upon initiation from the avatar and are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment.
Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, Paramashiva performs the Panchakritya, which is the 5 cosmic acts of creation, Shrishti, Sthiti, the sovereign rulership and maintenance. Rejuvenation, samhara. Trobhava, pulling out of delusion. And anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities.
And now the avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the thousand-named living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers were lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace, which is never accomplished before.
Now we will see the Guru Parampara. The knowledge and science of the manifestation of these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened Gurus, enlightened Masters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these science to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from disciplines of the Vedantas, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, and Yogic powers, Mantra, Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. In the pictures over here, you can see the gurus from which the Shakti, the manifestation, was transferred.
So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? We'll just be seeing them.
The every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna manifests as possibility and power of every being, Prajnana.
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, which are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the sciences.
The next is the Atma Pramana, or account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, and the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observations and scientific experimentations.
From where do we get all of these Shastra Pramanas or Pramanas from? The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus and are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. And the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology and applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these source scriptures or Shastras is called the Shastra Pramana.
Let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting power demonstration of the power of third eye.
So the Shastra Pramana for this power of third eye is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodadyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation for this verse is, By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind in inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva.
The Apta Pramana is where Krishna initiates Arjuna into third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुं मनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye.
The next is the Atma Pramana in Swami's own words. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to experience all of that as me.
Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence of observation and scientific experimentation. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where third eye is located. In the place where third eye is located, during the research that was done with positron emission tomography, PET in short form, it was recognized that the high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in the space of deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the body is at rest. Even brain is at peace.
So now, let's get into the Sakshi Pramana where all of us will be witnessing a live demonstration of the power of third eye and body scanning. So we will first get into the power of third eye in just a few minutes. Yes, so now we will be getting into the power of third eye, where I will be wearing this eye band. It is verified by ophthalmologists. So all of you can see this is just a thick, opaque plastic sheet, and behind that there is thick black sponge, which there is no space anywhere for any light to go in. And there are two sockets here for my eyes to go into. So now I have with me Manti Amritananda, who will be tying this eye band on my eyes. And once it is done, any of you can post your comments in the YouTube comment section, and Mamata will be projecting that for me, and once that is done, I will be starting to read the comments. Mamata, you can put it on.
Actually, that eye band, the hole in those eye bands will just hold the eyes together. It will not hurt us. At the same time, the sponge will stick onto the eyes, due to which there will be no light that will be entering into our eyes. And normally, it is said that without light, you will not be able to see anything. Even normally, you will not be able to see anything at all when there is no light. The same way, there will be no light. Only third eye will be the only option in which you'll be able to see after you put this mindfold on. People use this to have peaceful sleep so that no light will enter inside and disturb them. So now Ma
Yes.
Madhura, yes, now Ma Madhura's eyes have been tied by Ma Amrita.
So I will be turning to all my directions, so the right, to the left, up, and down. So all of you can see that there is no gap anywhere around the eye band.
The only
And
is to have peaceful sleep so that no light will enter inside and disturb.
yes, so there is no gap anywhere around my eyes in a way that light can enter for and I'll be able to see. So now anyone who wants can post your comments in the YouTube comment section, either a sequence of emojis, a sequence of letters, numbers, or random sentence. Okay, so we have the last comment which is there is from Bryce Sattler, Jaiboleki, with a Trishul emoji, a duck emoji, a banana emoji, and then a star emoji with 3 stars and namaskar emoji. And then I think the comment above that is also from Brace Sattler, Om Namah Shivaya, with the same 3-star emoji, then a tiger emoji, a namaskar emoji, then a Om emoji with a purple background, and a heart emoji, and I think a flower emoji. Yeah. And then before that we have Phil's Day Jean Noir with a namaskar emoji and a black heart. And then yes, now we have Edison Monterio. You are going to be billionaire Edson. Yes, you can Aya, you can of course manifest how much ever wealth you want with the blessings of Devi Parashakti. And yes, do we have any more comments? Anyone else who wants to quickly put in your comments before we move on to the next power? So maybe I can read. Yes, so there. Okay, so now we have Ankit Jain with a heart and a cross, with a red heart with a cross, and then he has again put unbelievable. Aya, this might right now it might be unbelievable, but after the Parashakti Akash readings and after the initiation, which you all will be getting in the Parashakti Akash readings during in the live presence of Devi Parashakti, even you will be able to manifest such powers, reading through the third eye and then body scanning, remote vision, and much more. As we had told before, Paramashiva has hardwired every human being to be able to manifest more than 463 plus powers. Is there anyone else who would like me to read your comment? Again, we have Edison Monteyu. You are going to enlighten yourself, Edison. Do we have anyone else? Okay, so now I think that's last comment. So now before we get into the next power, Mamata will be removing my eye band and we will be showing it to you in front of the camera. All of you can see that it will be just as it was before she put it on my eyes. Okay, so all of you can see the eye band. It's just the same. There's nothing added onto it. Yes. And now we will be getting into the next power of body scanning in just a minute.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now we'll be entering into the power of body scanning.
Nithyananda.
In this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illness, diseases, medically diagnose issues, and provide solutions through the awakening.
So now I will be chanting the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning. It is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam vyatvante vyajyate param. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest consecutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
The Apta Pramana, the reference of power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatyar. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatyar for healing. Agatyar uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small therai, a type of frog sitting in the person's brain. Agastya immediately instructs Therayar that his disciple to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Therayar.
Yes, the next is the Atma Pramana for the power of body scanning from the Supreme Point of Hinduism's own life. It was revealed on the 22nd of December 2019 by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study my body due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where balances has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
The Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of this power through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From the Paramashivoham program, Ma Kathleen Kring has shared body scanning with partner 2 was successful. Also, Swamiji had beautiful messages for both of us. So sweet. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, Debbie. Erez Lozovsky has shared body scanning saw lung issues and diseases. The lady has had lung issues since birth and fainted last week. Ma Durga Kailasa's Ma Nithyananda has also shared, I manifested the power of body scanning by the grace of Swamiji Nithyananda Paramashivam. Deep gratitude.
Yes, so all of you can see that many disciples have posted their experience of the power of body scanning. And now we will be getting into the power of body scanning, the live demonstration of the power of body scanning. So whoever would like a body scan can post your comments in the YouTube comment section and we will be doing a body scanning for you. So if any of the viewers, if anyone of you would like a body scanning, you can post your comments in the YouTube comment section. And this power of body scanning actually, as we had said before, we also scanned the solution for the problem. So when we scan completely the root. Like maybe if you go to a doctor, they will give, and you say you have a headache, they will tell some medicines for the headache and they will give you a prescription. But then that might not solve the headache completely. It might just reduce the headache. It will not solve the headache completely. So in body scanning, when we scan the complete root of the problem. Like how we saw in the story of Therayar, it was scanned that there is a frog in the brain, and because of that, there is a headache. So even in body scanning, we scan the root of the problem, heal the root of the problem, and give a solution for the root of the problem. Yes, so we have Jijo Krishnalar saying, I'm ready. Aya, can you put it clearly that you want a body scanning? and we will surely do it. You can put it in clear words for a body scanning, asking for a body scanning.
Actually, it is very important that you put it in a clear manner, because we only scan with the person's consent. Sometimes people get really scared and don't want the scanning. Please understand that we don't do anything when we are scanning. All we do is scan, and nothing affects you, nothing will happen to you, nothing affects you other than your problem getting completely healed. It will never even come back. That is what happens. It will not affect your health in any other manner. Only if you have these allopathy medicines, etc., it might affect your health in some other way. But when we're
Okay,
doing the
so
body scanning and doing the healing, it doesn't affect in any other manner.
yes, so we have from Indian Association of Educational Therapists, we have Manoharan Subburaj who is asking. So Ma Pragnana, maybe you can do body scanning for him, and for Jijo Krishna, I will be doing the body scanning. So please stay tuned, and we will be chanting Mahavaki and revealing the solution, the problem in the solution. Yes. So Manohar and Subburaj has gotten back clearly stating for a body scanning. Ma Pragnana, you can start scanning for Manohar and Subburaj. And Jijo Krishna there, Aya, you can put it clearly for a body scanning. Yes, Jijo Krishna Aya has asked, you're wondering how it works online without the presence? Yes, Aya, actually the power of body scanning, remote vision, all the powers which we are initiated into, it works with the Diksha which we have been initiated into, the powers by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. And usually, and it's not like any magic or anything, it's the third eye which we use. So with the third eye, even far off distances, we can scan. So we can, even though it is just virtually and you're not physically present, through the third eye, we can scan how the body and tell the solution. And like this, we also have another power, remote vision, which we will not be doing today due to the interest of time. But in that remote vision, we can scan far off distances. Like if I'm sitting here in LA, I can scan somewhere in India, somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Africa, any house, office, or any place which I haven't been to or haven't even seen. The Nithya and the yogis will be able to scan and reveal every detail of that place. So all of this works just with the initiation of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Yes, Ma Pragnana, when you're ready, you can go on.
Yes, so I was able to see that there is no major problem in your body, but there is some digestion issue which you're facing, which just Haritaki will be able to help it. So I was only able to see you're facing difficulty in digestion. Other than that, I was not able to see any major problem.
Yes. And I see Sanjay Vakaria who is asking for body scanning. Yes, I will be scanning your body now and revealing what Paramashiva will be revealing. Yes, Sanjay Vakaria, I was able to see that what Paramashiva revealed to me was that in your muscles, there is a lot of there's a lot of pressure and there's lots of stress being put on your muscles, especially the shoulder, near the shoulders and the arms. There's lots of pressure being put, and it's not because you're carrying things or anything. It is because of lack of physical activity. So like even if you carry heavy things or do your normal daily activities, every day you have to do little yoga, and mainly for hand exercises which can strengthen the hand. But along with strengthening the hand, you also have to relax the hand sometimes. So like once you do some strengthening exercises for the hand, you also have to give at least a few hours of break for the arms and the shoulders to rest. And this is what I was able to see. And yes, now
Aya, I also scanned you. I was able to see you're having pressure in your head. You feel very, very so much of heaviness all of a sudden in your head. You feel like you're holding a lots of stress, because of which you feel kind of heaviness in your head. For this, you need to consciously take the decision to drop your stress and align back to whatever you can do for the humanity. I was able to see, just like how Swamiji was telling in today's satsang, I was able to see that you should, instead of taking the stress on yourself, you should bring even people around you into integrity instead of taking the complete stress on yourself.
yes. And Sanjay Vakariaya and Manohar and Subburajaya, both of you can get back in the comment section if you were able to relate to what we revealed. And I see Alicia Sands and Jijo Krishnaya who have asked for body scanning. So Ma Pragnana, you can scan for Alicia Sands, Ma Alicia Sands, and I will be scanning for Jijo Krishnaya. And maybe before you scan Ma Alicia, maybe you can again reveal what you had sent for Manohar and Subburajaya. I think there was a problem in your audio or something. You can scan for Ma Alicia Sands, and also you can repeat what you had scanned for Manohar and Subburajaya. And Jijo Krishnaya, I will be scanning for you now.
Aya, I was able to see. I am repeating for Mano Subburajaya. So what I was able to see was that you have some pressure in your head, lots of stress in your head. The solution I was able to see is not just aligning yourself back to integrity without having stress, but helping others also to align back to integrity. So this is the solution that I was able to see, so that you will feel relaxed and aligned to your own understandings. So Ma Alicia, I was also able to see for you that near your chest area you feel you have a sensation of burning very frequently, and even though you are in a normal day, you feel your whole body suddenly becoming really heavy. Even though you're just carrying on with your life, you feel like your whole body becomes very heavy, and you start feeling like you feel your blood running. You feel each and every part of you start feeling. All of a sudden you become very aware of everything that is happening in your body because of heat that is running in your body. So I was able to see you need to take a lot of water.
So Ma Alicia Sands, you can get back in the comment section, and Manohar and Subburajaya, if you have understood what Ma Pragnana has said, then maybe you can get back in the comment section. And Jijo Krishnaya, I was able to see when I scanned for you, I was able to see that in your lower back, there is a kind of tightness which is restricting you to move freely, and it is also affecting your legs. So sometimes if you sit, whether it's on a chair or whether it's down on the ground, if you sit for more than like 15-20 minutes, then it becomes really tight, the muscles, and not just the muscles but the nerves, that everything, it becomes tight. And so to again get up or to again move, even to just move your leg, if you're sitting in one position that entire time, then even to move your leg a little bit or your back a little bit, you have a little bit difficulty there. And I was also able to see that in your nasal path, like not exactly near the nose, but like after you breathe, somewhere near the neck, in this region, if you, in the nasal path, there is a small blockage, like it's something to do with the area you live in and the pollution near that area. So when you inhale the dust or the pollution, it goes inside and it blocks that area a little bit. So only a little bit of oxygen and a little bit of pure air goes inside fully, but the dust and everything and the pollution, it gets stuck in the nasal path. Then again, when you're exhaling, it comes out, but still everything does not come out and gets a little bit stuck in the nasal path. So I was able to see every day, if you drink hot water and do the steam inhalation with turmeric in the water. So drink hot water in the nights and also do steam inhalation with a little bit turmeric in the water for the nasal path blockage. And for the back and the legs, for the stiffness and tightness, I was able to see if every day, even if you sit for long hours and the pain is there, after you get up, walk for a few minutes. Slowly, after a few days, it will start getting healed. So this is what I was able to see. You can, so Jijo Krishnaya, you can get back in the comment section if you were able to relate. And I see Sanjay Vakariaya has posted, I have started just this week to do weightlifting on my shoulders. The muscles do have soreness. You were very exact. Yes, thank you, Aya. And he has also posted, and today's satsang definitely revealed some blind spots. I cannot say I'm feeling any type of pressures or stress, but there's a feeling of unblocked energy. The scan was very accurate. Yes, thank you, Aya. And Manohar and Suburajaya, if you're still online, you can get back on the scanning, and Jijo Krishnaya and Alicia Sons. And everyone else who is asking for body scanning, I think click AL. You can put your original name and ask for a body scan, maybe in the next power manifestation session. As now we are we're in the interest of time, we will have to be moving to the next segments. So you can, in the next sessions, you can put your name for a body scanning in the YouTube comment section, and we will surely be doing at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST every day. We will be having the power manifestation segment where you can put your name for the body scanning. And with this, I thank all of you, all the viewers, for joining us today for this power manifestation. And please stay tuned in for the next segments and for the Parashakti Akashic readings. And we welcome all of you to again keep coming on and tuning on with us for the Parashakti Akashic readings and next segments. So with this, I thank all of you again, and thank you, Nithyananda.
Thank you all for joining for this segment. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithya.
Can you start projecting the slides, Ma?
What did you say, Ma?
Ma, can you make it full screen so that you're happening will happen. These are directly the words of Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So what are the Akashic records? The Akashic records are the verbal, visual, five-dimensional document. Whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. All the information you collected from all of your births in your DNA is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again. So what are the Akashic readings? It is not prediction, it is reading from the cosmic archive. There is no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation, and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future, but in Akashic records, There is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. So what is an Akashic reading? In Swamiji's own words, nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to comment these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally, your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space and they make you live enlightenment. And only an avatar can decode these Akashic readings. As an avatar, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to questions to the yearning of seekers, as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver. So the Shastra Pramana for the Akashic records, Akashic readings, is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, and the translation goes, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye, without blinking, continuously, and make the body and inner space steady and motionless in the very moment. O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Bhairava. So these are the direct words of Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. In the Mahabharata, this is the Apta Pramana, the experience of the rishis, munis, and other avatars. In the Mahabharata, in the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, the story goes of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in human form and reasons of all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact an incarnation of Yamaraj, the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of a so-called Shudra for 100 years, being cursed by Manduku Muni. So what are the benefits of having your Akashic records read? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that all the information you collected from all of your births in your DNA, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, leading you to experience enlightenment. Only an avatar can alter the Akashic records. So Balasans can view the Akashic records. However, only an avatar can alter, edit, upgrade, and change the Akashic records. During the darshan and dikshas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per the prayer of the devotee. What can you ask in the Akashic records? The most accurate and unbiased answer to any question about your life, destiny, purpose, or any everyday part of your life. Be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems with just a look or word. Understand the reasons behind your life's happenings and receive the blessings to fulfill your right desires. Get the clarity to redesign your future. So these are all the things you can attain and gain from the Akashic record. So now we will enter into the next segment after a short break and learn about who is Devi Parashakti and how Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Thank you.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Now we will enter into the next segment where we will learn who is Devi Parashakti and who is the Divine Cosmic Mother. Parashakti Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the Cosmic Mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come and go out. Source where the Big Bang and black hole go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. First and foremost, relationship is mother. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself on how to relate with mother and the cosmic mother. First and foremost, relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with mother. Mother is too important way to connect what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect. These are the words directly from His Divine Holiness. Yes. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, and delivering profound truths, spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What is Samadhi? Sama is one and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude and aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan. Darshan is the opportunity to come face to face with the cosmos. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan, just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch darshan becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on being. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Divine cosmic beings are real. This is the first truth you need to know. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Achavatars, deities, in temples, through Bhava Samadhi Darshans in Nijavatars, through incarnations, like the Supreme Pontiff, in person. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, this consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. This is one example of manifestation. The Achavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Achavatar directly. The avatar, physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During darshan, the whole brain becomes active and alive, turning into superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements of or information of the avatar just by seeing. The entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashic readings, the readings from the cosmic archives. Akashic readings is not prediction. It is the reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond space, creation, and destruction happens simultaneously. In dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, the space dimension. There is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen are clearly already recorded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now we will enter into understanding who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam Pontiff of the Kanchi Kailasa Sadvijnapita, He is the incumbent emperor of Surivamshi Surangi Samrajyam and the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam Pontiff of Kailasonata Shamala Pita Sadvijnapita, present Mahamandaleshwar Supreme Spiritual Head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008 Acharya Mahamandaleshwar, the head of all spiritual leaders of the Atalakada, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarnapita, and is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by all his contemporaries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded, and over 10,000 hours of discourses have been uploaded onto YouTube. Over 1 billion people have been enriched and through the digital platforms. And he is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, and Jain Sutras, and many, many more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, and is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishtikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas. And he has established the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda University, in the world with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. And he is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems and founder and reviver of over 100 Satvajnikas. He's a collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So what is the science of Diksha? The Sanskrit word Diksha is derived from da, to give, and ksha, to destroy ignorance. It loosely translates as initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar through a look, a word, or touch, which destroys ignorance of the initiate or disciple. Initiation triggers the possibility to create new grooves and neurological pathways in the brain and can even alter gene expression. We can go on to the next slide, please.
A look.
So now we will enter into a short break and enter into the next segment in a few moments. Thank you, Nithyananda.
I need to go to the next one? Just one moment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. So far, all of us have seen about who is Devi Parashakti, what is Akashic reading, and what is the experience that one receives, benefits that one receives through Akashic reading. We all also saw an extraordinary demonstration of extraordinary powers each of you will be receiving today during the Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading. But now what we are going to be seeing is going to be something entertaining and something scientific. Devi Parashakti, during her revelations, basically it is where the cosmic mother, Devi Parashakti, comes down in the Nijavatar, an embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, attending to thousands and thousands of questions, attending to millions of beings, answering their individual questions, giving them spiritual guidances, giving them powerful healing, giving them profound experiences, initiating them into extraordinary Shaktis, and so much more. And during this Akashic reading, Devi Parashakti, Paramashakti, out of her extreme compassion for the humanity, also reveals to humanity of what is yet to unfold, the future that is yet to unfold. And she, out of her extreme compassion, wants the human beings so that we can save ourselves. We can know what lays ahead in the future. We can alter our present so the future can change too. In this segment today, we are going to be seeing about one such powerful revelation by Devi Parashakti, where Devi Parashakti has revealed a profound truth, and we are going to see how scientifically and statistically it has manifested as a reality exactly as Devi revealed. We are going to be seeing how the revelations from Parashakti herself, how it is manifesting into reality, and each of those that she has told was a strong warning along with the solution, how we can protect ourselves. We could proceed to the further slides, ma'am. Let us start with listening to what was the exact revelation. We'll start with listening to what was the exact revelation, and then we'll also be giving you all the rough translation or mapping of Devi's revelation into the words of English. I request the video to be played on the full screen.
வாழையடி வாழையென நம் பதமே வாழும் நல் தன்மையும் அறிவோம் யாம் சர்க்கரை வியாதியொடு இரத்த அழுத்தத்தையும் இப்பொழுதே நீக்கினோம் இந்த வினாடி உனக்குள் யாம் இறங்கி உயிர் நலமும் உடல் நலமும் ஞானமும் நன்மையும் தந்தோம் மகனே அஞ்ச வேண்டியதில்லை அஞ்ச வருவதொன்றுமில்லை தருமார்த்த காமமோக்ஷமெனும் நான்கொடும் நன்மையும் சாமீப்ய சாயுஜ்ய முக்தியும் தந்தோம் கைலாசத்து நற்பதவியும் உலகிருக்கும் நன்மையும் உத்தம சிவ யோகாமும் தன்மையொடு தந்தோம் மகனே அஞ்ச வேண்டியது ஒன்றுமில்லை நம்பிக்கையோடு வாழ்ந்திடு நம்மவன் நீ ஒரு குறையும் இல்லை இந்த வினாடி உடல் வியாதிகள் எல்லாம் தீர்ந்தது. அளித்தேன் ஆரோக்கியம், ஆனந்தம். உடனடியாய் வந்தது உண்மையான ஆரோக்கியமும் உடல் நலமும். ஓம். வாழ்வாய் வளத்தொடு பெரும் செல்வமும் உடல் நலமும் 16 தந்தோம். வளத்தொடு வாழ்வாய் வாழையடி வாழையென நலத்தொடு நாடெலாம் பெயர் நற்புகழ் ஓங்க. நித்யானந்தன் பதத்தில் நிரந்தரமாயானந்தத்தொடு சத்திய வாழ்வுண்டு சங்கடம் ஒன்றுமில்லை. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். சங்கரனார் அருள் உண்டு. ஓம் 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 ஓம். லக்ஷ்மீ கனகரத்னம் ததாஸ்து. சிதம்பரானந்தா. இந்த வினாடி உடல் இருக்கும் வலியெல்லாம் அழிந்து வலிமை மலர்ந்திடும். முதுகொடு தோளும் நம் சக்தியால் உயர்ந்தெழுந்து நன்மை அடைந்திடும். அச்சம் வேண்டாம், ஆனந்தமுண்டு. ஓம். கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதிக்கு வைத்தியம் கேட்கின்றாய், நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள். கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதி நுரையீரல் மட்டுமல்லாது மூளையையும் நசுக்கி மனிதனை ஜடமாக்கி மரணத்திற்குள் தள்ளும் உயிரியல் ஆயுதம். மனிதர்கள் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் போர் இது. நவபாஷாணத்தின் மீது பொழியப்பட்ட நீரும் மஞ்சளும் பாலும் வேம்பு ரசமுமே இதற்கு மருந்து. அதை அருந்தி உடலிலே அதை ஊற்றி நீராடி இருந்தவர்க்கு காவல் அம்பிகையின் சக்தி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமாகாதிருக்க தேவ ரகசியங்களை தெளிவாய் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லிவிட்டேன். இந்த ரகசியங்கள் எல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு நாம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது எதிரிகள் பெருங்கோபத்தொடு நித்யானந்தன் திருவுருவை அழித்திடாமல் இருந்திடவே அவன் திருவுருவை கைலாயத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்து பாதுகாப்பாக்கிக் கொண்டு பிறகு இந்த உண்மையெல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். அன்னை பராசக்தியும் கூட உண்மைகளை உலகிற்கு சொல்லும் முன் தற்காப்பு செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அளவிற்கு மனிதர்களின் அரக்கத்தனமும் அட்டூழியமும் உலகத்தில் அரண்டு ஆடுகின்றது. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
what Devi revealed. This happened on 19th May 2021. Devi just revealed a powerful truth about the black fungus virus. When someone asked the remedy for black fungus. Now, we will be reading Devi's revelation mapped into the language of English. Devi told that she is answering. So when one of the viewers asked the question, Devi Parashakti revealed thus about the black fungus as the answer. You are asking remedy for black fungal disease. Know properly, black fungal disease, not only it will affect lungs, it will smash the brain also. It is the bio weapon that makes humans as a lifeless matter and push them to death. The demonishness and atrocities of humans is dancing in the world that even Mother Parashakti needs to do self-protection before telling the truths to the world. Now let us see about what exactly Devi revealed. She said, it does not just affect your lungs, it eats your brain. She said it smashes your brain, it destroys your brain. Now, let us see about what the science has discovered about the black fungus. So black fungus was denied and dismissed as rare. Then slowly, see, these are all the happenings after Parashakti's revelation. First it was denied and dismissed as rare. Then it was declared as an epidemic by several states. It was declared as a pandemic within a pandemic. Then it was found that it eats brain, it mutilates the bodies and face, eats bones, affects only COVID patients, extremely fatal, that 50% of people infected with it die. Understand? We all can see, here are some of the statistics. Black fungus already declared as an epidemic by several states. You all can see that this is happening at May 23rd, 2021. Understand? May 19th, 2021, Parashakti reveals that a black fungus is not something small or simple as we think, but it eats brain itself. It actually smashes your brain and is extremely dangerous. And at that time, May 19th, 2021, still the world was unaware of this. It was just disregarded and only was considered as something that was rare. 4 days passed. Lot of states in India woke up and started declaring that this is an epidemic. Exactly as per Devi's revelation. Just in 4 days. Next slide, please. India faces shortage of treatments in face of 2 epidemics. So, COVID-19 increases black fungus infection risk in India. So, this is what was the next thing that was found out. You all can see the dates put below. This was May 23rd, 2021. Next slide, please. 29th May 2021. Black fungus declared an epidemic. Next slide. And cases climbed to 12,000 in India. And then next, right after that, understand May 19th, Devi revealed. 10 days after Devi's revelation, it was declared to the world that black fungus is a pandemic within COVID-19 pandemic, which is exactly what Parashakti had told on May 19, 2021 itself. All of you can see how this is from May 29, 2021. It was already found that 12,000 cases are already there, and this is what was considered as something rare. People disregarded it. Later found out that some states started waking up, which is after some 4 days after Devi's revelation, exactly like how Devi revealed. They started declaring it as an epidemic, and then the world woke up and started declaring it as a pandemic within the pandemic. Further slides, please. Now we can clearly see
point was she said it will smash the brain also. We all can clearly see one of the news articles quoting here, the flesh-eating black fungus killing off the patients who survived the COVID-19. And it says, black fungus has a near 50% mortality rate and is tragically killing many who were relieved to have beaten COVID-19. The infection can eat through skin, soft tissue, or even bone as it attacks the brain or other critical organs. Please listen, because everybody note this point. Just 10 days before this news was released, Devi, when the whole black fungus was still being dismissed, Devi Parashakti not just told how deadly it is, she clearly told it's a bio weapon, and she said it smash the brain of people, make them brain dead, and kill their life.
And actually, Devi also tells that it literally, actually, when Devi revealed about the Kirimi Bhojanam, Devi says that how the hell is out, the Kirimi Bhojanam hell is out, and those the pathogens, the viruses that have come out, and all this pathogens are going to eat away the humans. And that's happening. You all can see exactly. Devi said it will smash the brain also. It will eat you. It will kill the humans. This is when, May 19th, when the world was still dismissing the existence of this black fungus, telling it is extremely rare. In 10 days, it was proved. The news is out. Flesh-eating black fungus killing off patients who survived COVID-19. For the slides, please. Davis said, human beings will die like rats and cats on the streets. It was established. Dead bodies floating in large quantity in Ganga. Authorities fudging numbers and underreporting. Dogs eating those dead bodies. Because dogs ate those dead bodies, they are dying. And poor human being eating those dogs and dead bodies because they don't have food and they are dying.
Now let us see the facts about this revelation. Next slide.
This is what was revealed by Devi Parashakti. Swamiji came even in the satsang, he said, I saw clearly dead bodies floating in large quantities in Ganga. All of us know the news. Just in 2-3 days after Devi revealed and after Swamiji came and declared, this was all over the news. Corpses in Ganga, Buxar locals more worried about water contamination than where bodies came from. All of us can see. You could go to the further slides, Ma. The dead bodies floating all over the place. Dogs eating those dead bodies. This is also what Devi had revealed, and all of us can see.
And we all can see here, this is published by news articles, and we all can see the picture of how dead bodies found buried in the sand on the banks of Ganga in UP's Prayagraj. And here we can see clearly, the newspaper says that for the last 2-3 months, people have been burying their dead bodies here. Sand covering the bodies is blown away by strong winds, exposing the decomposing bodies. Predatory birds and dogs gather and feast on these remains. The government should make arrangements for proper burials. A local of that place has told the news media house, and we all can see here exactly as per Devi's revelation.
And every point by point, you see, Devi reveals telling that the dogs will come and this dead bodies, and humans who are hungry will eat those dogs. Like this, like a sequence. Devi first says dead bodies will float on Ganga. Exactly same thing happens. Devi says that authorities will underreport it. Exactly that. Third, Devi says that the dogs are going to come and eat those dead bodies. So what is happening? It's on the news. Fourth, Devi says about how even the humans start eating them and they start dying. We'll go to the first slide.
Next, the next point that Devi also told is human beings will die like rats and cats on the streets. Now, before we enter into this, I would just like to share something to the viewers. When Devi Parashakti reveals These revelations come from extreme compassion and honesty. What all of us need to note, why we share this here, why we come and share with facts and science, is not for us to get terrorized, but for us to wake up that out of the supreme compassion, the cosmic mother is sitting and attending day in and day out and warning the humanity of what is the possible danger that lays ahead. The best thing that we can do when we see of what Devi is revealing is happening is reality is wake up to it and save your lives. Here we can see when Devi said human beings will die like rats and cats on the streets. We can see shocking, and the news says several dead bodies found floating in Ganga in Bihar, Yamuna in UP as COVID-19 cases surge. As India is reeling under a massive second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, the number of deaths has also increased. Such is a situation that the crematoriums and burial grounds are packed to the capacity, and people do not know where actually so many news media houses clearly are reporting, and we can see the pictures also continuously where they clearly say how the crematoriums are filled. They put bodies on bodies and burn, still it is filled, and there is no place for burials, and people bury dead bodies. You can see dead bodies lying on the banks of the river, dead bodies lying on the roadside, dead bodies floating in water. Such is the havoc that's wrecking India right now. Next slide. What each of us need to note is how clearly, exactly as per revelations, is happening, and how we can wake up to it and save ourselves.
Poor human beings eating those dogs' dead bodies, they don't have food and they are dying. This is what they will reveal, and here you see the 150 dead bodies which have been reported as COVID fatalities were dumped on the banks of the Ganges River. These COVID bodies will be washed down further and can be eaten by stray dogs, which will further spread coronavirus, the report added. Next slide, please. Us can see the same thing what they will reveal. Further, more and more news is coming in.
And here it says the dead bodies washed up on the shores of Ganga was sighted for a second straight day today. This time, Ghazipur in Uttar Pradesh. The spot is around 55 kilometers upriver from Bihar's Buxar, where more than 100 dead bodies, more than 100 dead bodies were found yesterday, evoking shock and anger. The Bihar authorities had argued that the corpses had floated down to Uttar Pradesh as their state has no tradition of unsending bodies to water. Here, the poverty has struck people so much. Please understand, the pandemic is not just, like Swamiji revealed powerfully, the pandemic has not just affected the people who died alone. It has caused psychological damage, conscious damage in each and every person that's reading about it, listening to it, or directly or indirectly being affected by it. That's a very powerful truth that Swamiji revealed in satsang, the previous live satsang, where Swamiji was saying, when the pandemic and the Bengal famine and the whole plague happened in Bengal and Bihar and all of those places, the whole of the country was able to recover fast. In 100 years or so, we got back in a pretty good pace. And Swamiji told, when people are giving a counter argument saying, when such a famine happened, such a thing happened, we were able to recover back. So this must also be able to, we should be able to recover back. Swamiji made a very powerful statement, a very, very powerful revelation. He said in those days, there was no media, there was no social media, there was no news, there was no quick spread of information. So the damage done, the deaths, the fear around it, the situations, the horrific, gory details only was known within the boundaries, within the periphery of the people that are seeing it. And Swamiji added,
said that the damage done on the consciousness.
Yes, and Swamiji was saying, so all that happened, all the physical, all the deaths, the way, the fear around it, everything that happened was limited within that borders of that place, and the information could not spread. Maximum the information that spread was in written, which would not convey the depth, which by itself would take time, first of all, and second of all, will not convey the same will not have the same impact seeing it. But now, what is happening is not just the deaths on some part, but the whole world is consuming it as news articles, consuming it as videos, consuming it as memes on social media, literally stumbling upon it every single day. This damages the very consciousness of the beings that are affecting. Even the recovery was able to happen faster in those famines, because those plagues, because it was able to happen faster. The damage was limited to a place and it was not spread much, so the recovery rate was faster. But Swamiji revealed that this whole thing has caused conscious damage, which the recovery is going to take more time, because conscious recovery is not easily possible. This puts humanity back it takes us backward. All the progress and all the transformation that happens, it just takes our consciousness back completely. The whole evolution cycle is just reversed back. It has that much of an impact on our very consciousness. The next slide, ma.
Again, they said that the authorities will downplay the number, and we can see how here's another news which says clearly reports downplaying number reporting 40. While there are hundreds of bodies which are there, the reports are underplaying it. And as we saw just some time before, we saw the news article had said clearly hundreds of dead bodies were washed. Here it's only downplaying it to 40. Next slide, please. We can see everything exactly. Wow. India is dying, media is lying. This is a very powerful statement that Parashakti told and Swamiji told. So we can just see this news. In Kanpur, which is UP, is one of the most populated states, 400 corpses were buried near Shareshwar Ghat. As per Dainik Bhaskar's report, the police covered the bodies with soil. Amid the pandemic, Unnao has become one of the largest crematoriums on riverbanks, with as many as 900 bodies were found buried on the banks of River Ganga. Bodies were buried near Shuklaganj and Buxar Ghats. As per the Dainik Bhaskar's report, human organs were seen at the site. In some instances, dogs were seen nibbling and lurking around the bodies. And we just saw earlier, the same report had said 40 dead bodies.
Now the number is 400.
And they're 900 in the next guard.
Exactly. They're clearly saying the
Wow.
the whole place of Unnao has turned into a crematorium. And this is a report by Dainik Bhaskar, which is one of the biggest media houses there. And we can clearly see the previous article on the same case reported just 40. Here, this article, Dainik Bhaskar, is reporting 400 dead bodies. You can see it in the picture. And you all can see how India is dying and media is lying.
Next slide, please. India in denial of world's most deadliest disease. This, how big could India's true COVID toll be? Okay. The official counts, the reported cases is 26.9 million, and the reported deaths are 307,231. A conservative scenario says 404.2 million. Oh my God. Oh my God. Even conservative scenario, just saying like on an average, the report, as without counting what just the media is reporting 26.9 million. Whereas a conservative scenario very clearly shows 404.2 million. We're talking in billions, and the difference is huge. The official death count says 307,000, whereas the estimated deaths, even downplaying the whole thing, a very conservative scenario is 600,000. A more likely scenario of what's happening right now, it is 539 million estimated infections and 1.6 million estimated
So
deaths.
this is a more likely scenario. What might unfold based on the happenings now? The future prediction officially on the records by the government is this. But what might happen actually based on the conservative scenario? What might happen based on what is happening right now? How it will unfold will be 700.7 million estimated infection, which is almost more than actually 3/4 of India's population, and the estimated deaths will be 4.2 million. We are talking numbers in millions. You all need to realize, you all need to wake up. India is dying and media is lying. Media is trying to downplay the whole thing.
Next slide, please.
We can clearly see here how over 2,000 bodies were found within just 1,140 kilometers of the banks of River Ganga in Uttar Pradesh.
That's more like every 1 kilometer 2 dead bodies. Oh my God. That's really, really horrifying. And just imagine the mental state of the people that are coming and seeing it. Like, I actually watched a video where a priest who's going to have a bath in the River Ganga, and he says he goes down the cliff and freaks out seeing all of a sudden hundreds of dead bodies. Wherever he could see, it was only filled with dead bodies. And just imagine the psychological impact it has. Right after that, the entire village is under very serious panic attack. People are panicking. People are afraid. People are literally choking, not knowing what can be happening to them, not knowing how much it can impact their lives, or whether it's whether they can even go and drink water, because so many, understand, especially in a country like India, many people depend on the work for water. So many people keep that as a source, and all of a sudden they see COVID dead bodies washing up to their shore, and they don't have access to that anymore. See the physical impact on them, see the psychological impact, conscious impact. This fear that is striking each of their inner space is something that is going to damage their conscious.
Actually, that is something to know. Deaths can't be undone. And deaths happen, illnesses happen, can be recovered. Physical damage might happen, to an extent can be reversible. But conscious damage is next to irreversible. It cannot be undone. It takes years and years and years of process, even by an avatar. And that is why Swamiji had revealed in the satsang, when even a brain is infected by COVID, the very neurology of the brain changes, such that even an avatar's initiation, the manifestation of Shaktis, everything will take a great effort. Even for an avatar, it will be so difficult to make the brain, which is damaged with the COVID pandemic, to make that to be able to enable that to handle the powers or any breakthroughs.
Next slide, please. The New York Times says the actual figures are likely to be much higher, with more than half of Indian population infected by the virus. God. All of you can see how much, actually 136.64 crores of people have been affected by the virus. This is something like,
my God, out of 1.36 billion, we have 700 million infected. All of us need to know, all of us need to wake up. India is dying. Media is lying. Nobody right now might be interested in saving your life because, like somebody said, half of them. There is a genuine group that's trying to protect, that's trying to do its best, but there's another group that's trying to use this situation to manipulate the society, manipulate humanity to gain for its vested interests. What we need to do now is to save our lives. The only way you can do it is to keep yourself protected in a place where nothing is expected and the only agenda, the only interest is your life, the protection of your life, the care of your life. Everybody that is watching this, if you want to take a step to protect your life, if you want to save yourself, this is high time you head to Adi Kailash. Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has opened the doors of Kailash with just one agenda, just one interest, the protection of your life. Take a few moments, sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. The link is being scrolled under on the screen as you all can see. I request each and every one of you to go ahead and kindly please sign up. If you want to save your life, take the step. The doors are open. Now it's time for you to step in.
So every media house is on the screen telling that international media is screen telling that these numbers are extremely underplayed, whereas the actual numbers are much, much more. Each of you that are watching us live right now, and I'm sure by now all of us have realized what's the situation that's happening. Now the Delta variants, Delta Plus, it's extremely fatal. We have been seeing in the news that people are saying this is not controllable and it's extremely fatal. Now, only solution. We can see how everything Devi has revealed has become a reality. So now, what we can very clearly see is how solution Devi has given is the only solution, which is head to Adi Kailasa right away. Then whatever Devi has revealed, in just a matter of days, 4 days it took for the world to realize. When Devi said about the black fungus, the entire world was believing, underplaying it, thinking that the black fungus was something that was very rare. But in 4 days, it was declared as an epidemic. Right after Devi's revelation, we saw each fact like this. At least now, let us wake up. Parashakti, Paramashakti, the cosmic mother herself has said, only solution is to go to Adi Kailasa and to save yourself. If anybody who wants to save yourself, or you want to tell your family who are back in India, just tell them to sign up at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. We request the link to be projected. kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. You all can sign up at this link and save yourself. With this, we have come to the conclusion of this segment, and we'll be moving to the next segment after a short break.
All of you can stay tuned with us, and we're going to be back into the next segment. We'll be right back entering into the next segment just after a short break.
kailasa.org/Kailasa Camp. Yes, we request the volunteer to actually, the volunteer can now post the screen share. Could stop the screen share. Now to all of the viewers that are watching us, just as we're getting back, as we are entering into our next segment, we request each and every one of you, if you have not signed up, or if your near and dear ones, your loved ones who are in India, that you want to take care of, that you want to protect, take a few minutes to reach out to them so that they can take a step towards saving their life. Looks like there's a small difference. Meanwhile, they all can be asking any questions that you have in the comment section. We're also seeing Robert, Manke, Krishna Mudaliar, Dimitri Buanda, Krishna Rangarajan, and Kailasa Trinidad Tobago, Paul Newman, Sanjay Vicaria, Remedy Boy, Gio Krishnananda, and Indian Associate of Educational Therapists. Welcome to all of you that are watching us live right now on the YouTube channel, Kailasa's Sph Nithyananda YouTube channel.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Now we are going to be entering into a very special segment where we understand how to deepen our relationship, how to deepen our sincere sacred sentiments to the Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother manifesting through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So I request the volunteer to share these slides for pausing for the offerings for Devi Parashakti. We'll now be entering into the offerings of what all we can do, the different sevas that we can do for Devi Parashakti. Yes, ma'am, thank you so much. So, yes. So, understand what are the best ways that we can express our gratitude to Devi Parashakti, and how we can offer our gratitude in the form of seva and rituals to Devi Parashakti. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. We'll go on to the next. So first, let's understand the significance of offering. Offering is a giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts. One is giving, and two is accepting. Only when divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offering is not made out of fear nor out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, the next slide. Now we'll just chant the Dhyana Shloka. Induni babedda karavane nayanam syat pankaja varabaya japakshaya sarayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tunga mukta jwala manonmani swarupam. The next slide, please. The English translation goes, moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with the lotus flower gracing and blessing the hands, one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in the wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. Yes, we'll chant the next Dhyana Shloka for Devi. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashibhavardhanam vedahastam dadhanam savye padmam varadamappare savayam chakshamalam divyerbhav bare nirvibhushitatanum brahma dibihi ujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidhinam kamartha datrim shubham. The next slide, please. The meaning of this. is I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. The next slide, please. Now, let us understand the significance of the divine element of gold. This reference is from the Atharva Veda, one of the four Vedas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The translation goes, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from Soma when it was hurt. One called the seed a virtuous and powerful Apaha, the water molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Now understand that gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. And the vibrations of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. And further, gold is present in all of the scriptures of the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and the Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundant that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies the being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, and rituals, feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one is to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was the offering as a ritual fee. And gold is in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And even the horses and the cows were all dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. It was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. And it actually lasts forever. Now, let us understand the first offering for today, for the e-hundi offering that we can make to Devi Parashakti. So, I'll now chant the pramana. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. The next slide, please. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn, and here it is meant that it is the autumn of our life, when thoughts turn more and more inward, and the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi in this verse is the consort of Shambhu, the Lord Shiva. Sharadharadhaya means the worshipped by Sharadha. Sharadha means Saraswati. And Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva, where the Linga Purana, it says that Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadhayini means Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer the Uihundi offering, to offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Kanika and your name. It shall be chanted during puja to Devi. And now also we have the Sankalpa chanting, which is at $1 USD. Now anyone who wants to offer the e-hundi offering or the Sankalpa offering can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings and you'll be able to make your payments or if you want to, you can learn more about these offerings. So let's now observe the pramana for the sankalpa. Oh, can we go to the previous slide, please? Yes. In this, the English translation goes, the goddess enchants the universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to the salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. This is from the Devi Mahatmya from chapter 12, verse 34. And you can offer the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, which blesses the person with offering of all fruition and all of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. The next slide, please. Yes, so now we'll be understanding the Sahasranama Kasu. In the Lalita Sahasranama, in verse 731, Lalita is described as Nama Parayana Prita, which means she who loves a repetition of her name, of her various names. And this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer a gold coin inscribed with 100 or 1008 names of Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Guna, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Once again, this offering is for 75 USD and you can find it at, you can make your offering at tiny.cc/Devi offering. Yes. Now I'll be chanting the pramana for the next offering, the Mukta Anguti. Muktaharanala Satkar Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktram Prabham Chinjapura Kinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhasuram Sarva Veda Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshi Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown and garlands of pearls and the face shining like the full moon. She wears the anklets that are studded with the gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer the pearl finger, the pearl ring, and receive the blessings to be showered by the compassion and the pure love of Devi Parashakti in all your business endeavors. The next slide, please. And now we'll understand the offering to Devi Parashakti of this Varna Padma Pushpam, which is 600 USD. Now there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Parashakti. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities, of the worship of meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during the worship, which involves the lotus flower, the lotus petals, the caracarp, and the lotus leaf. And the lotus is considered a divine flower. Shakti is Paramashiva and is also considered a lotus and called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is also a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is considered as a lotus who is about to bloom. So you can offer the gold lotus in any size you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst every adversity of your life. Yes, we go to the next previous slide, sorry. we'll understand the pramana for the Swarna Metti, which is the gold toe ring offering to Devi Parashakti. And the pramana is Nakadidita Samchananamajana Tamo Gunam Padhadvaya Prabhajala Parakartra Taroruham. You whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance, from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The next slide, please. Yes, and Swarna Metti, which you can offer for 750 USD, the offering of the golden toe ring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude, receiving her blessings in the life, to face the most difficult aspects of our life. The next slide, please. Now, the Swarna Mangtika is referenced in the Lalita Sahasranamam, where the Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully open. The next slide, please. And we also have the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We'll now chant the English translation of the pramana. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. This is Shloka 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails that have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi, Tamogana is actually darkness. And in this stotram, what is really the meaning, the significance is that anyone who prostrates before Devi and constantly prostrates before Devi, all their ignorance is removed and they attain the supreme knowledge. So the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this offering you can do for 1008 USD. Yes, so now we have a table for you to see all of the summary of the offerings to Devi Parashakti, which you can do. We have the E-Hundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Ankuti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, and the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. The next slide, please. Now let's go over the details of how you can make these offerings. So first of all, if you go to the links provided to tiny.cc/Devi offerings, you can do this if you are in two categories. One is if you're ready to offer today, or if you want to make an intention to offer any of these specific sevas. So even if you are interested in offering, or you need help in manifesting to make this offering, or you just want more details, please go to the registration form at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, and you can proceed for your online payment. If you are ready to make the seva by online payment, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And then after the payment, make sure that you are submitting the details for the puja at tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. The next slide, please. Okay, so this comes to a conclusion of the segment where we'll be able to get all of the offerings of and understand all of the offerings for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading and how we can deepen our relationship with Parashakti. So now we will move on to the next segment in today's program and be right back with you after a very quick break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper offer customized spiritual service, helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. So we would now like to take you through a walkthrough of how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti, Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan offerings. So if you go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, this is the webpage that you will be seeing. The web page is now projected on the screen, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. So now if you scroll down here, you will see the list of sevas. So here you can see all the different sevas that we can offer to Devi Parashakti, the gold coin, the toe ring, the metti, the golden lotus. You can see all of that. So in that, you can choose whatever offering that you would like. For example, let's say you want to choose Swarna Metti. Okay, so Swarna Metti is $750. So you go down, you click on Add to Cart. Now, when you click on Add to Cart, it takes you to the next page where you can see the details of the items that you have chosen. And if you want to add multiple items, so you just basically, you go back and then you choose the Sankalpa offering. So if, let's say, I also want to add a Sankalpa offering for, let's say you want to add it for your family members. Okay, so you add the Sankalpa offering and then you choose in the quantity you can choose. Let's say if you want to add it to 5 of your family members, choose 5 and click on Add to Cart. Now, as you click on Add to Cart, it takes you to the next page and then you can see the Swarna Metti offering and the Sankalpa offering. Scroll down and you click on Proceed to Checkout. Now, as you click on proceed to checkout, it takes you to the next page where you can enter your billing details, you can enter your credit card details, and you can enter the basically your address and your credit card details. And then you come down, you click on I have read and agree to the website terms and conditions. And on the right side, you click on place order. Okay, so you click on place order, it goes ahead and that's the you can go ahead and make the offering. Now, this is the first step of making an offering. Now, the second step of making an offering. So the first step is you go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Then the second step that you have for making an offering is you go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. Now, what is this form? This is the second step of the offering process where you give the names of your family members whom you want to be added in the Sankalpa mantra. So you go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, and then you come here and you click on next. Now, when you click on next here, it takes you to the page where you have some disclaimers. You go ahead and accept them. You enter your payment details, other details, and then you come down and then the bottom you choose Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, because this is an offering that you're doing towards Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. You come down and you click next. Now, in the next page, you go ahead and you enter your details. You go ahead and enter your what is the offering that you're choosing to offer, what is the offering that you're paid for. You choose that, and then you also enter the names of your family members whom you want to be benefited by making this offering. So you click on next and go ahead and fill the form. Then the last way, one of the other ways you can make your offering, or you want to do the Guru Dakshina, or you want to make the e-hundi offering, where you are making this offering out of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti, out of your gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you go ahead and go to YouTube Live. Now, in the YouTube Live, on the right side of the YouTube Live screen, you will actually see a live chat option. Okay, now in the live chat option that you're seeing, below the live chat, you will see two emojis, which is basically two symbols. One is an emoji, and then the other one will be a dollar symbol. Okay, now in that emoji and then the dollar symbol, when you click on that dollar symbol, it will give you three options. And now those three options, I'll just take a moment. I request the interview operator to please go ahead and show the fallback as we go ahead and fix the screen. There's some small technical glitch. So you please go ahead and we'll be right back.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
Apologizing for the technical glitch. Okay, so now here we have projected the live YouTube live screen, and on the right side you see the live chat option, and below the live chat you will see two symbols. One is an emoji symbol and one is a dollar symbol. Okay, now for you to click the emoji and the dollars. So when you click on the dollar symbol, it opens up three options: join the channel, and the super chat, and super sticker. So the first option is join. Now, when you click on join, it gives you the option for you to join the channel. There are various different membership options that are available. And for example, you can choose to be a bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or a premium member of the channel. So you can click on join on the right side. There is a join button. So let's say I'm going to become a premium member. I want all the privileges of being a member of Swamiji's official YouTube channel. So you can choose whichever options you want, and only members of the channel will be able to ask questions in the YouTube live. If you are not a member of your channel, you may not be able to ask questions. Only members will be able to ask questions. So you click here, you go ahead and click join. And when you click join, it opens a pop-up where it allows you to enter your credit card, debit card, your PayPal, your so many other details. So you go ahead and enter those. So you can add your PayPal to Google, or you can enter your credit or debit card, and you can go ahead and make the purchase and become a member of the channel. The next option that we have is that of the super chat. Now, when you click on the super chat, it gives you an option to enter the amount. So you go ahead and enter the amount and you click on buy and send. Now on the top, you can enter any message that you want to put along with your offering. So you can put a message there, and any amount you can offer, even $1. You can make an offering, or you can make $5, $10. I'm just going to go with $5, and I click on buy and send. See, this is basically an offering of gratitude, right? Every time you come for a darshan, always have the habit of putting something, right? It can just be even $1 that you put. So, 100 darshans that you do, you will pay $100. Very minimal it can be, but always have a habit of doing. Don't come for one darshan and put $100. No, come for every darshan and put something. That is much more than spiritually, because every time you make an offering, you remember that space of gratitude and you're offering it to Devi, offering it to the Supreme Pontiff. So more times you offer, the more times you remember. It can be the same amount. Instead of offering $10 one day, you can offer $1 10 days. That's fine. But every time make it a habit to make the offering. So here you come and you choose, you can add your credit card or a debit card, or you can add your PayPal details, and you can go ahead and make your e-hundi offering. The next offering that we have is that of the super sticker. So when you click on the dollar symbol, the third option that you have is that of a super sticker. Now, what is a super sticker option? If you're somebody who really likes emoticons or animated GIFs, then super sticker is the one for you. So where you can, along with your offering, you can also offer like one of the animated emoticons will also come along with your offering. So you can choose what you want, and you can basically go ahead and make the offering. Each offering that you choose has a specific cost value to it. So you can choose what you have and which one you like to offer. You can click on buy and send. Now, let's say send for $20. It again opens a pop-up. You can enter your credit debit card, or you can enter your PayPal details. And with that, we are able to make the offering. So these are the different ways you can make your offering to Devi Parashakti. You can offer your gratitude to her and experience a deep feeling connection with Devi Parashakti. So with that, we have come to the conclusion of this session. We will now be entering into the next segment, where we share with you about the multi-layer quarantine facility that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making available in Adi Kailasha Sarvengya Peetha in Bengaluru, Adinam, after a short break.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings.
Yes, Nithyananda. The next, we have Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies as COVID care protection centers. Now let's look at the stats today. The Human Rights Watch reported that more than 1.5 billion students are out of school already, and more than 91% of world students are out of school due to school closures in at least 188 countries. 36.5% of US college students pointed to stress as the biggest reason why their academic performance suffered negatively for the past 12 months. In addition, 29.5% listed anxiety as a factor. For American middle schoolers, 61% of teens admitted that feeling a lot of pressure to get good grades. Approximately 1.27 billion learners are currently affected due to school closures in response to pandemic. According to UNICEF monitoring, 46 countries are currently implementing nationwide closures and 27 are implementing local closures. This is impacting about 72% of world's student population. In a survey by the mental health charity Young Minds, which included 2,111 participants up to the age of 25 years with a mental illness history in the UK, 83% said that the pandemic had made their conditions worse. 26% said that they were unable to access the mental health support. Peer support groups and face-to-face services have been cancelled. And support by phone or online can be challenging for some young people. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted or halted the critical mental health services in 93% of countries worldwide, while the demand for mental health is increasing according to a new World Health Organization survey. Recently, a study also found that 18% of individuals, including people with and without a past psychiatric diagnosis, who received a COVID-19 diagnosis, were later diagnosed with a mental health disorder, such as anxiety or mood disorders. Surveys also found that the substance used and suicidal ideation are particularly pronounced for young adults, with 25% reporting they started or increased the substance during pandemic, and 26% reporting serious thoughts of suicide compared to 11% of the adults. Every year, over 1.2 billion students drop out of high school in the United States alone. That's a student every 26 seconds, 7,000 a day. About 25% of high school freshmen fail to graduate from high school on time. Now, this is what we have seen from the world today. What is the status of education? How many schools have been closed and how it has impacted the young generation, especially how they are prone to substance use because of pandemic. And now let us see the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Education in terms of Gurukul. Now, here is an opportunity for you to register yourself in the COVID Care Protection Center, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, for you to be part of this amazing opportunity. Kailasa's education. The whole Gurukul, real Gurukul education, the Hindu atmosphere that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had in 1970s in Tirunelveli is what he's trying to reproduce all over the world to Nithyananda Gurukul and online Gurukul. Gurukul is a place where the celebration begins with right words in the blossoming minds, creating a gateway of possibilities, creating an enlightened civilization with young body and Vedic mind. The Nithyananda Gurukul is a mystical Vedic school established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here, students live their highest potential and manifest various spiritual powers. The Gurukul functions according to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision that education is for all, but life itself is not for education. The Gurukul brings to the world the right kind of education that empowers you. The current system of education established by the Macaulay and Max Muller in India is non-involving narrative style of teaching. The Indian education system was not continuously giving the words, ideas, theories, concepts, or theologies, but it is about awakening you to the right context, which is enlightenment. The Indian education system, the Gurukul, is more of a transmission of the knowledge rather than mere transfer of knowledge. Whether others educate you or you educate yourself, if it is based on the weakest link, it is called generalization, dilution to generalization. Whether others educate you or you educate yourself, if you plan everything based on the best of you, it is called specialization. The Gurukul ambience is for specialization and not for generalization. It is for specialization and not for generalization. Now, let us watch this video where Swamiji is talking about the Indian Gurukul, the future of education.
Now it is time, as per the astrology, no theory can rule any human society which is imposed on that society more than 60 years. Now 60 years is over for the non-involvement narrative education system. I am telling you, future is Gurukul system. The future of education is where the teachers and students live together in one place. If needed, let the parents also stay there. But because basically kids do what you do, they won't do what you say. Understand? They do what you do. They won't do what you say. Whatever you do, simply they will do. They will never do what you say.
most of the time they don't care for what you say. The future of the Indian education system, I can say, the future of the any intelligent education system will be Gurukul system. I am not talking out of pride or arrogance. I am talking seeing the future. I am telling you, I will be leading this revival in the education system through our Gurukul system. Through our Gurukul system. It is going to be the Gurukuls. In Indian education system, complete involvement is required from the side of the teacher and the student. Student need to study the teacher. Teacher need to study the student. Understand? After thoroughly studying the student, teacher identifies the right subject in which the student will be successful. Few things are basic for everyone, like science of completion and enlightenment. Other than the science of enlightenment, all other things, master selects the subject in which the student will be successful. And then student is trained specifically in those fields with the knowledge of enlightenment, with the science of enlightenment, with the truth of enlightenment as the context. Even if you learn the archery, enlightenment is the context. If you study administration, enlightenment is the context. If you learn about business, enlightenment is the context. If you learn plumbing, building houses, sculpting, enlightenment is the context. Indian education system is more of a transmission of the knowledge, not transfer of knowledge. It is not just information based. Now it is time, as per the astrology, no theory can rule. As per the astrology, no
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Today, the education is known to be the key factor to enable upwards the socio-economic mobility and the strongest means to remove the poverty. The right education is crucial to the well-being, stability, and growth of not only every child but to the humanity as a whole. The Gurukul education system is known to be a knowledge transmission system of Hinduism, one of the pillars which kept the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive and standing as the world's most ancient civilization. Through Kailasa's Department of Education, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, Swamiji has revived the Gurukul system in its entirety. The Gurukul living in the Guru's home. Gurukul system is rooted on Guru Sishya Parampara, or the living lineage of Guru Sishya relationship. After decades of study on the physical, chemical, and biological uniqueness of meditative states and enlightened beings, it has been found that in normal waking state alone, their brain waves show that they are in a complete meditative state despite being fully active and engaged. In the world of athletics, this state is known as being in the zone, a glimpse into the peak of focus, cognitive and function, attention and coordination, to name a few. Rather than a glimpse, enlightened beings casually walk, talk, and engage with life settled in this peak. Recent studies have found that we imbibe the body language, behaviors, and patterns of those in our environment, not just on the behavioral level, but to the depths of the neurological layer. This is also known as mirror neuron effect. In this way, there is no better teacher than enlightened Guru who exists as a superconscious, biological, reproducible anomaly. However, through the centuries of Mughal invasions and colonialism and continued persecution against Hinduism and Hindu tradition, this science of knowledge transmission has been diminishing at an unprecedented rate. After careful study in the colonialism era, it was found that the Gurukul system was standing as the backbone and stability of Hindu civilization. The Macaulay education system was imposed on India after this revelation. 13,000 universities and 200,000 Gurukuls were destroyed in Bengal and Bihar alone. With a systematic destruction of Hindu universities and Gurukuls goes more than 80% of Hinduism's indigenous knowledge. Our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on the Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu who have received an English education ever continues to be sincerely attached to his religion. This is from Thomas Macaulay, who firmly believes that if our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater amongst the respectable classes in Bengal 30 years hence. So it was a systematically planned strategy to destroy Hinduism, and it was revealed by Macaulay in multiple discourses and multiple places. Now let us see how Swamiji has revived this Nithyananda Gurukul, that he has revived the grand revival of all the Hindus, Gurukuls and universities. It was officially inaugurated by Swamiji in 2006 in Biridi. And you can see how all the students beautifully performing the yoga and meditation under the sacred banyan tree. 50% of Gurukul Balasans are ahead of their age group, scoring 10 to 20% of Mensa at the age of 14. Gurukul Balasans learning standard academics along with the indigenous Hindu scriptures. Gurukul Balasans practicing Shivastamba Yoga under the guidance of trained Shivastamba Yogacharyas. Gurukul Balasans demonstrating the ability to perform Kundalini Raju even though blindfolded. Here you can see how Swamiji himself personally teaching the once lost science of Dhanurvidya. 30% of Gurukul Balasans demonstrating capacity to spontaneously play instruments without formal training. Gurukul Balasans living the Agamic Shastra-based lifestyle. Gurukul Balasans demonstrating the ability to read blindfolded. Here you can see Gurukul Balasans participating in Vakyartha Sadas. The Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul addressing the Kailasian delegates in Tirunnamalai. Balasans, after successfully hosting the worldwide webinar of highlights and science of Nithyananda Gurukul, Now, what is the impact of Gurukul? It is a whole brain learning, stress-free living, zero teen violence or aggression, content memory activation, recalling verbatim after a single hearing called Ekasanta Grahi in the Vedic age. The Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the largest Hindu university established around the globe with 450 plus campuses in 150 plus countries, which is available to public since 2003. Reviving and representing the world's most ancient lost knowledge in a user-friendly way, ancient truths taught in a way directly applicable for the modern man's personal, practical, and professional life. 20 million enrollments and counting, 7,000 plus courses being available, delegates and teachers from 50 plus countries directly contributing to Nithyananda Hindu University. Now let us see this video where Swamiji is beautifully talking about the value of Nithyananda Raja Vidya Gurukul. What is the value? How it contributes to the world?
Long rituals are not useless or unnecessary as a modern brainwashed Hindu thinks. Long rituals are the most powerful method, science, kriya, to awaken all the life energies. See, totally we have 21 life energies. I will describe all the 21 like a fundamental principal forces of life, like gravity, how all these are fundamental forces, principal forces externally. Internally, there are 21 life energies. Ability to visualize, ability to make decision. All these 21 is given to you, but you use them accidentally. That is why your life is full of accidents. Your marriage is accident, wealth is accident, life is accident, money is accident. Very less is planned, much is accident. And I tell you, I have seen people become thieves by not knowing the power of their life energy. I tell you, thief is the cheapest way to exist. I tell you. Because you do not know you own trillions. That is why you steal millions. If you know you own trillions, why will you steal? Listen, asteya, non-stealing, comes to a person who mastered his life energy. Each of my Gurukul kid is a $1 trillion economy. I tell you. Each of my Gurukul kid, the powers they can manifest. Understand, Gurukul is not a joke. It is a powerful science. Especially, see, normally, one child plus one child is a two child. But in the Gurukul ecosystem, one child plus one child is 11. 1, 1. Not 1 plus 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. If there are 3 child, it is not 1 plus 1 plus 1, 3. No. It is 1, 1, 1. 111. The energy multiplication. Because the ecosystem, understand, that is why Gurukul has to be with the ecosystem. I have always seen, whenever I download a power on one child, when the group sits, I can share that power on the whole group. Because when team of kids or balasans or sannyasis or brahmacharis, when they sit as one team, it is very easy for me to just like a lightning pour the energy on them. Understand? The Sankhya of life energy is different. The multi-dimensional logic of life energy is different. People cannot understand this Sankhya. The multiple life energies, awakening them to its peak and manifesting them is all about life.
Totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet. thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
Despite the relentless attacks against life, character, and image of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he goes on sincerely contributing everything he has for the world. From the field of nutrition to education, from protection to religious freedom to the revival of the indigenous traditions, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has sincerely contributed in every facet. This has not gone unnoticed by the world dignitaries, leaders, and multi-faith diaspora. Now let us see the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti, which Swamiji Devi Parashakti beautifully has shared that I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you, listen, people listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. The people of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharadam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of the conspiracy of the Drohis and enemies, the captain have to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Jnana Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not even have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. Listen to my words. For India, I made a ship as protection, the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. Oh, Indians, listen. All those regretting losing the Nijavatara Nithyananda without confusion and without talking, just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. These were the revelations by Devi Parashakti, and she further continued saying that crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water, feast, and medicine to get the health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if the captain is not there, the ship is there. It is the compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to make this ship happen to protect the entire humanity, even if the captain of the ship is not here. Because of the persistent attacks by the anti-Hindu elements and the Neo-Hindutva groups, even if the captain of the ship is not there, making the ship available for the humanity, it is the grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do that, to foresee this Pralaya and make this Navapashana Linga, Ananda Lingam, in Vaidya Sarovar 12 years ahead of time. When the first world countries closed their borders in school during this massive emergency, global emergency, it is Kailasa who has opened their doors to one and all without exception. We can see how every single place the borders and schools are closed during this massive emergency. It is the grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to open his arms to one and all without exception.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible.
Yes. So a number of free COVID care centers that are opened across India, which includes HDH Kailasa and Vidadi, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tirunnamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avathipalayam in Erode, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. So these COVID care protection centers offer both spiritual services, social services, and more than anything else, the cosmic revelations from Devi Parashakti that helps them to prepare for the pandemic. And a number of social services that includes the medical care, infrastructure, free accommodation, free internet services, emergency services, personal protection, medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. So you have this opportunity to join us in these COVID care protection centers. Go this link below, kailasa.org/kailasa-care.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers as we are continuing today's program and continuing on to in our segments of the presentation of the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the indigenous ASMT women, the women of Kailasa. Over the past few days, we have been presenting to each and every one of you, requesting each and every one of your listening and deep space of understanding as we share the extremely vulnerable stories of victims of sexual assault, gang rape, child abuse, and the most painful persecution, attacks, lawfare, and torture against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the past few days, we've heard the stories of victims who have been brave enough to come forward and share their story, share how they have experienced hatred, attack, and absolute violence by the neo-Hindutva, anti-Hindu militant forces. And we've drawn several parallels, how in genocides across the world, against different ethnicities, against different religious backgrounds and races, how these terrorist forces, even though they might be against different cultures and backgrounds, when it comes to violence, they use certain strategies in order to ensure the destruction of an entire ethnicity and its population. We had discussed the strategy of using child rape and the rape of women as a tactic in genocide. We also showed how the objectification of the gender and using the gender in Hinduism as a weapon to spread hatred and enable the neo-Hindutva militant forces to launch extravagant and brutal attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, in this show, in the following segment, we'll be continuing on understanding the truth about displacement of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the indigenous women, Hindu women of Kailasa. Now, in the previous segment on this topic, on the displacement, we understood how in several cases, in ethnocides, in different genocides and Holocaust, the terrorist forces, the brutal supremacist forces, had been using displacement as a tactic to weaken the entire civilization. And they do this in three ways. One, by destabilizing, by continuously making a civilization, making a group of people fear for their security, fear for the next place that they're going to sleep, fear for the safety of their children, and continuously keep them moving from place to place, from harbor to harbor, trying to seek safety. And we discussed the example even of the partition, after the partition of India, in India, Pakistan, and all the countries in 1947, the entire partition had caused the Hindus in various different countries, including Pakistan, Afghanistan, which were declared as Islam countries, to be absolutely displaced, not have a home, and be thrown out of their homes overnight. We've seen the extremely painful, terrifying footage of the women, children, men who all were packed in trains and even walking barefoot from city to city, looking for a place to stay for the night. And of course, we understood the examples also of today's most known genocides and ethnocides, even against the Rohingya Muslims, whose women and children have gone through the most terrifying torture at the hands of terrorist forces. How their attackers, their abusers, would literally follow them and hunt them down and make sure that they never had a place to stay. This tactic is a successful way of ensuring that the entire population, an entire ethnicity, is disabled from growing because they don't have a chance to have a stable foundation, grow stably and move forward. And they also ensure that the women and children, the people who take care of their community, the leaders, the women leaders of the community, and the children, the future of the community, are all extremely unable and even terrified to go about their life in a normal way, much less in a way with higher ambition or even to contribute to the world, but at least to protect their normal human dignity and to live a basic lifestyle, basic human lifestyle. They're not even able to do this. In the Hindu Holocaust, in several records, we have seen how the Islamic invaders, the Mughal invaders, 5,000 years back as they started, had enslaved the women and children of the Hindu civilization and even moved them in their own prisons, in moving prisons, in shackles, and ensured that they were entirely enslaved. In this day and age, we continue to see the displacement of the indigenous Hindu women of Kailasa, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and ultimately even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And it is not just a single attack against few women and children, but an entire minority, an entire indigenous group, which represents the oldest group a part of Hinduism. And much like in the ways that His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the known and a recognized leader of the Tibetan Buddhists and leader of the nation of Tibet, according to the original Tibetan policies and religious order, how he was entirely exiled from Tibet, removed from his status as a leader, ensured that he could not go back to Tibet, and the entire Tibetan Buddhists, the families, and the monks were all left unable to protect themselves from terrorist forces that were attacking them. Worldwide, we have seen the footage and the pictures, the horrific pictures of monks being set on fire, the Tibetan Buddhists being set on fire, the women and children running and screaming away from their attackers. And in the same way, on the 2nd of March of 2010, the Neo-Hindutva militant forces attacked the Adi Kailas Sarvagnipeetham, the kingdom of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they attacked his very quarters, his headquarters in the Adinam. On that very day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to flee to ensure the protection of his self, leaving all of the sannyasis and the Hindu women and all the adolescents and needing to protect himself. The attack raged on that day in 2010, where literally they had set buildings on fire, and the entire Adinam, the monastery, which was purposed to give superconscious breakthrough to the world, was set on fire and blazing in every direction. We heard in the previous segment the story, the recollections of Ma Nithyananda Swami, who recalled how overnight on this day, the women and children of Kailasa, the sannyasis who were residing in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham, on one hand, worrying deeply and concerned. The only thing going on in them is, where is Swamiji, our Guru, our God? On the other hand, being attacked literally by the anti-Hindu militant forces. And all of these women had to flee within a matter of hours. They were informed of more and more attacks and more Neo-Hindutva forces raiding the Adinam and trespassing. And they had always seen and witnessed the rapes and brutal assault of their brother and sister sannyasis. So they needed to immediately leave the monastery. Today, in the following segment, we will be hearing the account, heartfelt account of the different women who were displaced on that very night and who were suddenly out on the street and needed a place to stay for the night, and then were not able to rebuild their lives, needed not even knowing what's going to be happening, where they're going to get food, if somebody finds them and hands them over to be enslaved by the Neo-Hindutva militant terrorists, or if they will be attacked on the street in the public. Today, we have joining with me, Ma Nithyananda Swami, as well as other Purna sannyasis of the Nithyananda order, who were direct witnesses, victims of the displacement that happened in 2010 upon the first launch of brutal attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let us hear the stories, the sharings and raw accounts of their experiences on the street alone those few nights, and finding their way to some solace alone, entirely alone in the world, holding on dearly to Swamiji, to their Guru and God. I encourage each and every one of you who is tuning in right now, make sure that you are sharing this program, and also, if you have not already, share the fact and the link for the platform where the UN has officially recognized the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously contributing despite persecution in all directions, and even coming for satsangs, discourses, and blessing us with his divine presence every single day. And finally, after this more than decade-long attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all of his disciples, the Kailasa itself, we finally had our voice heard on just a few days back by the UN. So I encourage each and every one of the viewers to go to that link, read for yourself, and share it. If you feel you are Hindu, you want to reclaim your Hindu identity, take responsibility for the status and for the revival of Hinduism in the world, then share this link in all of the platforms with all your friends and family. We'll now be continuing to the next segments, the sharings and interviews of the Purna Sannyasis of the Nithyananda order after a very quick break.
Nithyananda
flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity will happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. whole world should become e-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Yeah.
I wanted to share with all of you my experience while I was in the Adinam during the 2010 attack, the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What really happened and how, as the women of Kailasa, being a part of the Kailasa Uniting Nations, the sovereign order of Kailasa, how the female monks such as me had to go through so much of pain and suffering and trauma because of what they did to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, the attack by the anti-Hindu elements and the new Hindutva militant gang. So, just to give a brief overview or just a quick background about myself. I was working as a software engineer in the US, and I came to know about Swamiji, and then I attended the 21-day Inner Awakening retreat way back in June 2009. And when I was attending the Inner Awakening retreat, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, revealed my purpose of my birth. That was to be a sannyasi of the Nithyananda order. And that was the purpose of my birth. And as soon as Swamiji revealed, I had there was no question of, I was so clear that was my path and that was what I was meant to be. So I went back to the US, I quit my job, I resigned, and I came back and joined the Adinam as a full-time monastic member, as a full-time Adinavasi in November of 2009. And that's when Swamiji first initiated me into the pre-probationary sannyas. So we are in the sannyas path, into the pre-probationary sannyas. This was in the year November of 2009. And 3 months. So I was just like a 3-month-old Adinavasi. In March of 2010, we had the attack by the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militants. They released a morph video, and they made such a huge character assassination on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it was a joint hands with, the anti-Hindu elements, the neo-Hindutva militants, the media mafia, the police, the government bodies, the state elements, the non-state elements, the media, everybody kind of, joining in hand to attack and eliminate their main target, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So they released the morph video and they were continuously, repeatedly telecasting it. And they had paid gundas, that henchmen who would go and attack the temples of Kailasa, who would go and destroy the properties. And even in the main campus, the headquarters in Bangalore, which is where I was staying at that time. So they came and they burnt the monastery, and they locked Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside his own residence, and they burned the residence, and they telecasted this live. So all this was going on, right, on the 2nd of March and the 3rd of March, and continuously, repeatedly being telecasted in the national media. So while I was in the monastery at that time, I was getting frantic calls from my pre-monastic family. And they, first of all, they were not happy that, I quit my job as a software engineer in the US and I'm taking up this monastic lifestyle. At that time, they were not, my pre-monastic parents were not devotees of Swamiji at that time. And they thought, thanks to the great Dravish brainwashing of Tamil Nadu, where the Hindu gurus are shown only in a negative sense. And pretty much all the Hindus in Tamil Nadu are so brainwashed against the ancient Guru Sishya Sampradaya because of the anti-Hindu elements and the Dravish gang continuously putting false news and rumors against the Hindu gurus in the media. So my pre-monastic parents were not very open, and they were actually very upset that I quit my job and I joined as a, in the monastic order. So when they heard this news and that they heard that the ashram, people were coming and rampaging the ashram, and the ashram was burning on one side, and gundas were coming, and the women in the ashram were portrayed as prostitutes and whatnot. So I was getting frantic calls from my pre-monastic family saying, get out of the ashram and come back to Chennai immediately. I said, because actually at the gate and at the entrance of the ashram, these anti-Hindu elements were barging and doing all of this. And we were inside in one of the, apartment complexes, and we were quite safe. I told, do not worry, we are good, we are safe, don't worry, we are fine. And they said, no, the entire ashram is under attack. You cannot live there. You have to get out of there right now. And my pre-monastic family, in that, there was one person, one of my uncles, he works in the military. Okay, so Indian military. So they tried to reach out to him, and they were trying to get some police personnel to somehow get me out of the Adinam, because look at what they are showing in the media, right? So this is what they are showing in the media, that is happening, and gundas are coming and they are breaking everything. And here I am, a girl and in the monastery, and they didn't know about Swamiji, anything at the time. The only thing they came to know about what's happening is through the media. And so much of attack going on, Swamiji's pictures burning, the residence was burning, the ashram is burning, and so much of attack. So they continuously were calling, and they were trying to reach out to some higher personnel in the police and military, and they were like, we have to get you out of there. Either you are coming there or we are getting you out of there. And I was very clear, I am not going anywhere. This is my place. Swamiji is Paramashiva. I am going to be here no matter what. This is my house. I have come here, and I know Swamiji will take care, and I am not going anywhere. So this was going on, and this was on the 3rd of March, and that's when the residence of Supreme Pontiff was burnt, with Supreme Pontiff being locked inside, and we were all in the monastery. We could see the residence burning, and there were policemen who were stopping us from going and protecting the Supreme Pontiff. We could see the Supreme Pontiff's residence being burned, and the couple of sannyasis inside the Supreme Pontiff's residence at the time were shouting. And all the sannyasis and adinavasis and myself, we were there in the monastery at the time, and we couldn't do anything to stop it. We could not even take a bucket of water to throw because we were stopped by the police. And that was when I it struck me. Literally, I felt like, until then, I grew up with this great delusion is that police is for your protection. And that was the first time I realized, oh God, the police, at least that was there in the monastery at that time, they were not to protect us. They were there to protect the people attacking us. They were there to protect all these gundas and henchmen. And they were not there to protect the victims of the attack, the victims of the persecution, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and all the monastic members at that time. So then what happened was, all this was happening. And we got the news later that evening. We got a news that the neo-Hindutva militants, see, they have decided to, ransack the monastery. They have decided to burn down and bring the whole thing into ashes. And somehow they the neo-Hindutva elements wanted to take over the organization from Supreme Pontiff. They wanted to run the organization themselves and assassinate Supreme Pontiff. The anti-Hindu elements, all they wanted was that Supreme Pontiff should be assassinated and he should not be no longer continuing to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma because that is completely against their political agenda and vested interests. Now this neo-Hindutva gang, the militants, what they had planned was they were going to come into the monastery and throw the drugs. They themselves are going to bring drugs with them and they are going to implant that in the monastery, and they themselves will come with the media and take a video recording and show live that, illegal activities are going on in the ashram. So let us go ahead and arrest all the inmates and let us lock down the ashram. This was their plan, and they have done this very successfully in so many other different organizations and places. This is something typically they do. So one side the ashram is burning, the other side Swamiji's life is in danger, and we don't know where Swamiji is, whether Swamiji is even alive or not, we don't know. We are so concerned. And this is being live telecasted, and we are getting calls left, right, and center from everywhere. Every Adinavasi's parents and relatives, everybody is calling and saying, get the hell out of there. Do not be there. The place is not safe right now. The ashram has been surrounded by media people. The media men has completely surrounded the ashram. There are some 40-50 media standing there and zooming into every person coming into the monastery and coming out of the monastery. Every woman in the Adinam is being portrayed as prostitutes. Every single person in the Adinam is being portrayed as prostitutes, women. Even one picture of the women they are portraying them as prostitutes and whatnot. So this news that the anti-Hindu, this neo-Hindutva gang, they're going to come next morning and they are going to implant the drug. Somehow this information got leaked, this message got leaked, and we got to know this the previous day. So then what happened? And they said internally there was a meeting and the decision was taken that right now it is not safe for the Adinavasis to stay in the Adinam. We have to get out of that as soon as possible. And this has to happen in the night. Somewhere between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. all the Adinavasis were told to leave. Because that was the only time where the media was not hounding the monastery. Because around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, the media, about 40-50 media channels, they come and completely block off the gate. Every single person going out of the ashram or coming into the ashram is being shown live on the TV, and they're being shown as, prostitutes and sex workers and whatnot. All such vulgar language and hate speech is going on. So between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. in the night, we were to leave the monastery. And it was decided, they said, you go back home. We will call you when the situation is all right. As of now, you go and be wherever you are, wherever you can go, please go now. Do not stay in the Adinam. The Adinam is not a safe place. A lot of conspiracy is going on. They may shut down the ashram at any point in time. They may arrest whoever inmates are there. We don't want any of you to get arrested. So please go. And they said immediately vacate between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. in the night, because that is when the media is not there outside the monastery. So I left the monastery at around 1:30ish in the night. We went to Bangalore. I took a taxi to Bangalore bus station. And in the Bangalore bus station, we waited till I was there with a few other Adinavasis at that time. We were all going to Chennai from Bangalore. So we reached the bus station at around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning, and the bus was in about an hour. There were continuous buses running, and we had to hide all the Kantamala, and we used to also have a Rudraksh Mala with Swamiji's dollar. All these we had to hide. We could not show any symbol that we were disciples and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because any symbol you show, because of the hate speech that's continuously shown in the media, and Swamiji is being shown in the wrong limelight, all the Adinavasis and Sannyasis were being shown in the wrong limelight. Even if they see a mala with Swamiji's dollar, the men will come and behave so vulgarly, as if you are a prostitute waiting for a business. That is exactly how they will treat women if they see you with the dollar of Swamiji, because of the continuous airing of the morphed video and the news footage where they are showing sharing such vulgar information and completely character assassinating the Supreme Pontiff. So then the next morning I reached Chennai, and my pre-monastic family, see, at that time they were not disciples of Swamiji. And later on, after they met Swamiji and they took the initiation, they became, of course, they became disciples of Swamiji. And in my pre-monastic home is now Kailasa. They have a temple there. Kailasa in Tambram is my pre-monastic home, and both my pre-monastic parents were disciples of Swamiji. And recently, my pre-monastic father passed away, and Swamiji gave the ultimate liberation, Sayujya Mukti, to my pre-monastic father. Completely grateful to Swamiji for that. So when I was this was in 2010. So when I was going back from the monastery, at that time, my parents were so elated that they thought that my expedition into this sannyas life is finally over. I have come back to my senses, that I have come back home. And they were so happy and so elated that finally their daughter is back home. All her craziness is gone. And now that the ashram is also under attack, there is no way I'm going to go back to the ashram. You come back and you lead your whatever. They wanted me to take a job and lead a life and continue what I was doing. So they were so happy and they welcomed me back home, and it was like, their whatever all their wishes came true. They felt like that. And they thought that my whole thing, because of the way they were showing, the ashram is closed and Swamiji is, is going to be arrested and what not, the nonsense that they were spreading in the media. So they thought, okay, my whole expedition is over and I'm back. And for me, the whole thing was, when can I go back to the ashram? When are they going to allow us back into the ashram? When can I again go back? And for my pre-monastic parents at that time, it was like, okay, everything is over. She's back and she's going to continue her job or whatever I was going to do. They were happy that I was out. This is one side. From my perspective, what had happened. But it was not just me. There were so many other Adinavasis who did not know where to go. And this was some of the things that I heard from the other Adinavasis. It was that, when somebody went back from the monastery, one of the female Adinavasis, the entire village kept her, wouldn't accept her back into the village because she was from Swamiji's ashram and they saw her as a prostitute. Some of the women, they had to take pregnancy tests. Their family wouldn't accept them back. They had to prove that, they were not living this. Whatever the nonsense that media was spreading, they had to prove that that was false. One of the Adinavasis, as he was leaving the monastery, was beaten with chains. The local gundas, they came to know that this person was coming from the ashram. He was a living monastic member, and they beat him with chains and rods, and he was so badly beaten. Just because he was living in the monastery, nothing else. Because he was follower of Swamiji, they completely, with the chains, metal chains, they beat him. And then one other Adinavasi was sharing with me later on that when she went, her parents were trying to, get her married and forcibly. So many female monastic members, because no choice, they had to go back to their families and they could never come back after that. They were stuck with their families, and with whatever the hate speech was being spread out in the media, they could never come back to the monastery at that time. And it was not just me.
Nithyananda Swami?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I would like to ask you this question of, when you came to your pre-monastic home, how did you literally feel? Because you really had to convince your pre-monastic parents. You went through a lot before coming to ashram. So how did you really feel when you had to step into the home at that point in time?
To be honest, when I had to go back home, I came into the monastery. I came in saying, like, finally, I'm going to live the purpose of my life. This is what Swamiji revealed as a purpose. And I was so sure, because the job and, the outside world was not giving me the fulfillment that I was looking for. And finally, I have quit everything. I have now come and living there. Now I have to go back home. It was like, the future was uncertain. I don't know what was going to come next. I don't know when I'm going to be coming back to the Adinam. I don't know when I was going to see Swamiji. And I was just so new. I was just 3 months into the Adinam. So at that time, when I was going back, the thoughts that were there in me is, I need to get back to the Adinam as soon as possible. That is my home. Swamiji is my father. That is my home. I have to get back there as soon as possible. I have nothing to do in Chennai. And one of the things that I felt was, even though I joined in November 2009, I have been following Swamiji since 2007. So 2 years I've been following Swamiji, and so many changes I have experienced, in that time frame. And I felt like, when Swamiji is being attacked, see, if any of your family member is being attacked, or if they're going through something, that is when you will be there. That is not a time, this person is going through something, you leave and run away. So I felt completely shattered that I was not able to be with Swamiji at that time, and I had to, go away and be somewhere else. I really wanted to be there. Even though I was so new, I wanted to be there. I wanted to do whatever I could to help resolve the situation or to be a part of this. But I was not given a chance. I was displaced. I was forcibly displaced because of the attack by the anti-Hindu militants.
Yes, ma'am. So when you are going through this kind of emotion, how did you make sure that your parents let you? Don't force you back into your homes. What was the conversation that you had with your parents to kind of explain to them that this is what you're planning?
Actually, a very interesting incident happened that brought me back to the monastery. So what happened was, my parents at that time thought I was brainwashed, and they wanted to do some kind of a Hindu ritual to remove my brainwashing. So they had called for some Vedic priest to come and do some Hindu ritual, like the Vedic fire ritual, Homa. They wanted to perform in my pre-monastic house so that my mind will change and I will not feel like going back to the ashram. So this Vedic priest who came, he came and he was supposed to perform some ritual. He came and he was a disciple of Swamiji. He was a follower of Swamiji. And he had come to my house and he had read Swamiji's Jivan Mukti book. And he said that whatever attack was happening on Swamiji, and he was so sympathetic. And he said that, when my pre-monastic parents were asking, that all this attack is happening on her guru and she feels like, she says she wants to go back. He only said one thing. This Vedic priest who overcame, I'm so grateful to him even now. He said, only a guru should judge a disciple. A disciple should never judge a guru. So this person who overcame told this to my parents, and my pre-monastic parents didn't know what to do. Already I was so clear I wanted to go back. And now I had the support of this person who came. So anyway, I know very clearly Swamiji only sent that person. And the very next day, I was there in Chennai for about 2 weeks. When this person, this Vedic priest had come and when they had explained, and then I knew very clearly that it was only Swamiji who made it even possible for me to come back to the monastery. to be able to be back. But that separation at that time, when the entire Kailasa was under attack, I wanted to be a part of it, but I was forcibly displaced. That was extremely difficult for me to take, and I felt like I betrayed my guru. I was not there. I betrayed my guru, and I was not being available when it was needed the most. I always felt like that.
Anyanatma Swami, so when exactly, actually, I know I was very much in Adi Kailash when you came back, but my memory is failing me right now. When exactly and how did you make your way back to the Adinam? Because, see, every step that each person went through at that time of the persecution, if it should be, expanded and analyzed and discussed and explained, only one will realize the depth, the intensity of the attack, and how much each one had to work with themselves, with the society, with the continuous attacks that were happening through the media especially, which was completely against all our efforts. Whatever effort you put with yourself, with your pre-monastic parents, what feed they were getting from the media at that point in time, I know for a fact, was completely destroying the whole effort. Because, see, when people are not able to be physically in the ashram, they obviously look only to media to find out what is going on for news, right? And every line of news was completely false, and the visuals they were showing were gory. So the whole cunningness was, the visuals were so gory because that was the attack going on. So while they were capturing that for the visual TRP, the lines they were feeding as the commentary for the gory visuals were their own false lines. They were not telling really who was attacking who. Instead, they were saying that Bhagwan and his sannyasis are the bad people, and therefore these things are happening in the Adinam, and the whole world is against them, which is complete false news. So literally, people, your pre-monastic parents are part of the people, the innocent public people who are looking to media for news. And when they're being injected 500% with this, and you're one person who's actually come out of the campus about which they're showing, and you're speaking the truth to them, they are finding it so difficult to go with what you're saying. That was the strategy of the media mafia at that point in time, and it worked for them like crazy. So much so that just the handful of us who were living there, and to what extent I remember, I even had to go to my pre-monastic parents and explain to them when I was talking to them over the phone. I'm telling them, hey, look, if you have some simple logic in you, just plain logic alone, okay, I'm a woman, I'm a sannyasi, and I'm inside this campus, okay, for 8 years. If even one line of what the media mafia is telling is true about Bhagwan and about what goes on in the Adinam, if even one line was true, you think I would have been in this Adinam for this long? And how can the whole thing be put under one blanket word called brainwashing? Isn't there a limit to the word brainwash? Have you even bothered to find out what brainwashing is with your so-called psychologists and psychiatrists? Leave everything. I am a woman and I'm a sannyasi and I'm living in this place. If this was a horror place like how the media made it out to be, how will I even be living here at the cost of my own life? You brought me up. Don't you know I'm an educated adult? I'm a professional. You think, and what do I gain if all this is true? Whatever the media is saying is true. What do I gain for my own life to be here and sustain all that and speak to you as though it is something else? Am I a mad woman? I mean, even if with your simple rationale, if you ask these questions to yourself, you will somewhere stop and think, right? Instead of just going with the strategy of the mass media. Just with simple logic, you'll be able to understand. I'm asking you just 2-3 questions. If even one line of it is true, why will I sacrifice my own life to whatever those lines they are saying? Prostitution, brothel house, and all the cheating IPC sections possible. They were slapping on Bhagwan and the sannyasis. What do I gain out of it? And at the end of the day, I'm living with 3 sets of clothes as a sannyasi. All of us are living with 3 sets of clothes, right? So our life is there as an open book for people to see. Today, you and I can speak. Our lives are open book. You're literally under record, Nyanatma Swami. You've been on record for God knows how many hours a day for the past months and years. You are under public eye as an anchor to this very show for hours together. So literally our lives are on record on public book. So with so much, with your simple rationale, you should be able to discard what the mass media is, the media mafia are trying to force into you. That means look at the level of brainwashing, years of brainwashing that has gone into people, where they're simply consuming without their rationale is just completely locked. It doesn't work anymore.
It's very true what
it
you're
doesn't
saying.
work anymore. Why will I, an educated adult, okay, being abused every day, like how the mass media is saying, by my own guru, still claim he's my guru, and I don't even want to come out, even though my life is at stake? I mean, does anything add up here? Isn't there a limit to calling me being brainwashed? With your 60 plus, 70 plus as parents, you can't put 2 and 2 together and see nothing adds up in what is being presented.
One important point here, Ma, as Swamiji was saying in the satsang last night, if we are not living in a place where Manu Dharma is the jurisprudence and the Vedas and Agamas are the laws, Hindus, we are living like slaves. So what I see is, the generation of Hindus that are there, they have lived like slaves since, I don't know, from the colonial era or even before that Islamic invasion, over the Islamic invasion and the British colonization, and now a part of, the secular India. Because we have not lived in a Hindu nation, in a Hindu enlightened Hindu civilizational nation for now decades or other centuries now. Because Hindus have lived like slaves, they are not even able to understand, they don't even know they are living like slaves. And eating the thought currents of anti-Hindu elements and thinking it as their own. That is the damage that has been done to every Hindu that is out there, including my pre-monastic parents or my family that was there. None of them believed me. I was living in the Adhina, but they didn't want to believe me. They were ready to believe the media, and they were ready to believe all the nonsense that the media was spreading, because that is how inherently anti-Hindu the whole ecosystem has become. The media, the newspaper, the TV channels, the government, the police, everybody cannot be false. No, that's the whole anti-Hindu narrative.
That's the whole strategy. That's the whole strategy.
Exactly. And unless we live in a Hindu nation, unless we live in a place where the Vedas and the Agamas are the laws and the Manu Dharma is the jurisprudence, unless we live in such a place, there is no way a Hindu can have the right understanding and the right representation of who we are. The narrative of who we are, of what Swamiji has done, or what Hinduism is, everything is highly manipulated and distorted and represented. And today, unfortunately, the Hindus living like slaves are forced to eat that deluded ideas of Hinduism. And that's one of the reasons why we need to now wake up and make Kailasa happen. The only Hindu nation where Vedas and Agamas are laws and Manu Dharma is the jurisprudence.
Nyanatma Swami, when I just look back at all the persecutions that have happened, the beauty that runs through this entire thing is, here we are still living the vows of sannyas, whether it is aparigraha means living with minimum things, right? And because we live with minimum things, it is so easy for us to move place to place to save our life in the wake of every single persecution that has happened, right? The way the Hindu Dharma prepares you so that you're ready for life, good, bad, ugly. You're ready for anything, right? That is the beauty of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So when we live aparigraha, even in the wake of the persecution, the aparigraha vow stands by us. It is so easy to just pick up what we want and move, right? We have it in our head, exactly where our things are and what we have as our belonging. That is the strength, the truth of aparigraha. And the truth of ahimsa, non-violence, the amount of violence that has been meted out to us in the past years, Swamiji has taught us only one thing again and again and again, and that is also on public record for people to see. And we've been showing it for years together now, our nonviolent response, right? Where we only keep on asking them, why are you doing this to us? Or we go and file a petition seeking justice with the judiciary. Only nonviolent methods we've employed. In fact, the one single time I remember in 2012, when the next major attack happened on us, the cunning strategy of the mass media, when that Ajit, the reporter, came with the entire plan strategy for the next major attack. He entered and he was part of the press conference, if you remember, which Bhagwan was hosting. And he got up and tried to attack Bhagwan's life in public. When we got up just to protect Bhagwan and everyone there, and we only told him, move out, right? We didn't tell him anything. And even when we, like the way I'm raising my hand, we said, please move out. That portion alone they captured. When Achara Swami was trying her best to tell him, please move out, right? Just the fact that she raised her voice a bit to tell, because Bhagwan's life is under attack. I mean, and you know, at that time they go under the guard. Sannyasis means chin mudra and close your eyes and be silent and get killed. I mean, the way they cunningly play things around, just because she raised her voice and just said, please move out, they replayed that part 1,000,000 times and showed as though we are violent people, right? Hindu Dharma doesn't say, stay in Chinmudra, close your eyes and get killed, right? That is the way they interpret it cunningly for the people, and they portray us as violence, right? But the strength of non-violence is what has seen us through this entire decades of persecution, right? And today, Kailasa is alive.
One side is, the non-violence that the Supreme Pontiff has taught us. The other side is, even when we as women are feeling displaced and we are forced out of the only home that we wanted to live in, we don't have a place to go. We don't have a place to live. And not just me, so many other women. We have today also joining us on the panel, Satyanyana Swami, who was with her, 9-year-old girl child in the Adinam at the same time. And I really want to invite her to also come and share her experience of what it was to be displaced from her own home.
Nithyananda. Thank you, Nithyananda Swami, for giving this opportunity of sharing what we all went through in the year of 2010. Here, I can see all my sisters here who all together had gone through so many attacks. Before I start, I would like to share where I am from. I joined the Adinam in 2008 with my kid who was just 6 years old at 2008, and wanted to put her in Gurukul to get her trained from the Guru, which was not available to any other people outside there. And as being a single mother, just lost a father, I actually wanted to be in a safer place with her in the ashram, and we moved 2008 to the ashram and joined her in Gurukul. And before I moved to ashram, I am an MBA graduate who was having one concern and running a small concern for myself. But I wanted to put her in Gurukul, and we moved to ashram. In 2010, when suddenly this attack happened, it was just what to do, where to go, left out, because it was only me and my kid, and we didn't have anyone outside there. And it was like suddenly it was told, you all have to vacate this place. And even before that, like what Bhaktika Swami was sharing here, each one of our relatives that started calling us to come out of the ashram, telling that the place is not safe for any female thing, and their voices were very clear. They're doubting us. It's not like in a caring way they are calling us. It is like, oh yes, even to share an experience what I went through with my own Purvashram brother. My own brother, he called me and said, there is a video going on and Sun TV and other media is telling that 30 or 40 more girls video with them, which will be telecasted. And the way it was asked was, would one of you also be in one of that video? It was literally like, what can be told? A brother asking a sister. The media has been so violent, arrogant with their visuals and the words what they were continuously telecasting. Even the parents and the relatives are not ready to believe what we want to express ourselves. Same as Ma Bhaktika Swami was telling, I was also asking my brother, you don't believe me, a MBA graduate or adult who's going to live here, living here for 3 to 4 years, but you're believing what media is showing. But there was zero listening, no listening. That one call of my own brother gave me so insecure. Even if my own brother is not going to believe my words, what I am saying, and going to believe the media, what is being portrayed in the media or what is being told in the media, where will I go for? Because see, before I moved in, I left all my people and ashram and Swamiji was only hope for me, and we moved here and it was our home for past 3 years, 3 to 4 years. But
sorry to interrupt you, Satyagana Swami, sorry to interrupt you. I remember now, I recall now how you have shared with me that, when you lost your pre-monastic husband and you decided to take on sannyas, I remember Pragyanananda, your daughter, pre-monastic daughter, you have shared with me that she was missing her father so much, and she became like literally like a tantrum child, and you were just completely unable to handle her. And after you met Bhagwan and you moved into the Adinam, you used to share with me how she settled so beautifully and how she completed with the entire missing of her father, and she became she started flowering, right? She's a brilliant kid. She started flowering so beautifully.
Yeah, sorry, ma. Yes, ma. The whole thing was one touch of Bhagavan, healed her from the tantrum and missing of her father. It was just a single touch and initiation what Bhagavan gave her, healed her so much from the tantrum what she was going through, what she was doing, and the missing of her father. And after moving to the ashram, the single initiation and Bhagavan's presence has amazingly made her as a wonderful flowering child. I can't even imagine if the same tantrum, if she was outside now, what she would have been, what her life would have been. Because outside, none of them would have, even if you would have taken to a best psychiatrist or a best thing, they could have not healed her, and she would have not been like how she is Bhagwan's daughter today.
So all these experiences and how your daughter has been healed, all of this, does your pre-monastic family know about it? Despite knowing that, did your brother ask you such a question now?
Yes, ma. Despite knowing them, they have seen her tantrums and also seen how changes was in the 3 years which we were in the ashram at that point of time. I'm talking about 2010. But even that, also forgetting all that, what the stress I had gone through and I have healed, how their grandkid has changed and evolved in her guru studies, everything. But in spite of seeing that, the media had brainwashed so much that my own brother had to ask me this question.
See, that is the extent with which the media attack happened. Like, their whole agenda is to marginalize, isolate Swamiji from his entire community and the disciples, so they have a good reason to assassinate him. So that's the whole strategy that the media deployed. And this displacement of women, especially displacement of women, was used as a weapon to marginalize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to justify their assassination attempts. So, after having to see their own children getting healed, experiencing such miracles, after having first-hand experience, the families are still not able to believe their own daughters. They had to go to an extent of verbalizing that you will be one of those, they are going to release more videos and your video is going to come. So such amount of hate speech and vulgar thought process was injected into the society just to isolate Swamiji. So then we must understand that 14,000 hours of media footage that was continuously playing in every single media channel. What was the strategy behind that? This is the exact strategy. They want to marginalize, isolate Swamiji from his entire community, entire devotees, and the Hindus, most importantly. This whole attack is to destroy the Guru tradition, where Hindus literally lose belief in Gurus. So once they lose belief in Gurus, then they are literally destroying themselves, because they will not understand that they have the possibility of attaining Paramashivatva. So the whole displacement strategy that these anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva groups deployed is just to isolate Swamiji from this community.
Yes, Pranapriyama, same. Because of that, how they were continuously showing, and even I just left out, if I have been displaced from this ashram, which I was thinking as my home, what will I do? Where will I go? That was the worry, and actually I couldn't even ask someone, because when I get an answer from my own brother with so much of just on the face, he's just telling, oh yeah, might be your video next. You are also, then the thought current is, he is also thinking as a prostitute. Then all the female monks, monastery members who were there at that time, each one of us had to think where we will go. That thought was literally putting us down, and really we couldn't even trust, because near the gate there are thousands of people, gundas, waiting, and 40 to 50 media people are waiting. Whoever just walk out, they shoot them, put their camera on their face in the live and say that this is a person who is prostitute, who was living in the ashram. See, this thing, we were all put on roads. Actually, we didn't know what to do, where to go also. That was big. Just I was waiting to see if I can put my daughter in a safer place. Because she was... Yes, ma.
And if you notice, ma, if you just study the whole attack and strategy to displace the women, to displace the children, to displace everyone. They can say there's no one in the ashram at the end of it. If you see the whole strategy, the ashram is under attack by the anti-Hindu elements, right? That is exactly what is happening. But they show the ashram, the commentary is that ashram is an unsafe place. And crimes are happening in the ashram, for which all these things are happening. See, it is such a cunning, it is such a strategy. Unless you're living inside, you will never be able to explain this to people. If you're only listening to media, if you're only listening and watching through media, then, okay, yes. So what are the lines being fed into you? Ashram is unsafe, ashram is burning. So what is the opinion getting formed in your head? Ashram is unsafe, ashram is unsafe, ashram is always under attack. Who's attacking? They don't talk about that. And
yes, sorry, Bhakti Amma. Just when you are saying this, I was a witness for what you are saying it right, because the media was scrolling See, we are in the ashram and we are telling our Purvashram parents or the relatives, nothing is like that happening here. They don't want to believe. The whole idea of the media was to put us all on roads and say that to public
Exactly.
that ashram is unsafe. And
Yes.
making
That is why the strategy was made. That is why that whole strategy was designed by them, so that meticulously, strategically, they will displace all of us. They will move us out of the ashram successfully. That is why the whole thing was planned and executed.
Yes, Bhaktika Swami, I will also like to share one of the thing. My Purvashram mother is calling me at morning time before the actual burning of the place where Bhagavan was staying, that the ashram is burning. I am standing outside and I am literally talking on a phone outside, and I am able to see the whole Adinam. Nothing is happening there. Ashram, nothing is happening. But we were worried out to where Bhagavan is, out to save him, and what is going to happen next. But same time, if you see, before any incident or a burning is happening, the scrolling is going on. You are going to have a breaking news. The ashram is burning. So we are getting more and more calls. And I'm saying to my Purvashram mother, nothing like that is happening in front of me. I am here in the Adinam. Don't worry, nothing. We are sorting it out. Nothing there is to be getting panic. They didn't believe. They are believing only the news which is being scrolling. And I'm trying to say that nothing is happening and convinced her to put the phone down. After some time, literally it is, they burned the place which Bhagavan was living. And we didn't know what to do because the police is not allowing us to go near that also. They are in between us and they are not allowing us to take a as Nyanatma Swami was sharing.
One very important thing, even now we'll miss the viewers if you don't explain it here. From whatever you're saying, what needs to be understood is your parents were watching television and they were saying the place is burning, the scroll is happening. The scroll has started happening. But in the scene, in the ashram, it has not started yet. The attack on Bhagwan's quarters is yet to start, right? Yeah. But the scroll has already started. Means what? It means the whole thing is planned, and there was a miss in the timing between the scroll coming and the attackers coming to Bhagwan's quarters. So they put the scroll before the attack started. Means what? It is a complete coordinated effort which failed coordination at that time. So the scroll came out first before the attack happened. Yes. So the news is made first, okay, and then executed. So when they missed the timing by a few minutes.
Exactly as you're sharing, in which place a media reporter will be ready and the camera, the live satellite television will be ready, the media reporter is ready and the place is being burned. And while the place is burning, the media reporter is standing right in the front and he is giving a live telecast and a live commentary saying, see here,
No, this has to be told even more precisely to the people. First, the reporter starts saying, things are happening here. Burning has started. Scroll starts happening. And then the attack is made. And then the attack is done.
Absolutely.
And this is how it is made.
Sorry, I just wanted to add this. This is the systematic strategy that these anti-Hindu elements deployed, even in the recent YSJP attacks, when the CWC officials had to come in the middle of the night. Before they came, at least for 3 hours, the media personnel, everybody lined up in front of the campus.
If you can just hold on for a moment, we'll just have NTV operator also show you on the screen. I request NTV operator to please show Ma Pranapriya also on the screen. There are so many things that are going on where we can very clearly see how the whole thing was staged. The whole thing was pre-planned. The whole thing was staged. Assassination attempt on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was completely staged. And the anti-Hindu elements, the new Hindutva, the anti-Hindu elements, Neo-Hindutva, every segment of the society was attacking the monastery, that the monastery was not where we could. Yes, Maprana Prema, please go ahead.
Yes, so sorry, I had to jump in here because I just wanted to make a point that this is the strategy that these anti-Hindu elements deploy constantly when they wanted to attack the Kailashis, especially the Hindus. See, even in the recent YSJP attacks, when the CWC officials barged into the campus, right into the campus in the middle of the night, before they came, 3 hours, all the media was lined up in front of the campus. We were literally begging, what happened? Why are you all outside our campus? Because we don't know what is going on.
I can also watch, because in the YSJP, sorry to Pranapriyama, I was also there with you. And yes, we saw the media is first there before even the actual officials or CWD people came in there.
Ma, the media is there even before the attack happens. The media is there even before the attack happens. That is the essence of this.
And the second point that I wanted to make is the police were standing right after 2 hours. The police also came, so we didn't know, because the campus is extremely safe environment. We didn't know what was going to happen. We were continuously asking the police, "What is going on? Why are you all here?" And it is not just 1 or 2 police; like 40 policemen were just standing right outside the campus. They don't have any papers. They don't have any explanation why they are standing. We were not allowed to contact any lawyers. Media is standing. Police is standing. We don't know what was going to happen. Till night, 12 o'clock, we don't know what was going to happen. And then suddenly the CWC officials just barges into the campus, and then they conduct the raid and torture the children. So the point that I wanted to make here is, media and the police, they know these attacks are going to happen, and they just stand as a witness to cover it, and then displace the women, displace the people out of there, spread false hate speech in media, literally make the Hindus shiver. It is not even not even just the hate speech. They literally make everybody shiver. The moment they have to connect with somebody spiritual, somebody to a guru, they literally make Hindus shiver by this strategy. Because who wants to put their kids and family members in an ashram where the media and police is going to come in the middle of the night and conduct raids? So their whole idea is to terrorize Hindus and literally make them shiver.
Absolutely, and constantly showing that the place is, some attack is happening, some rumor is being spread, some news is coming. So constantly making the place look unsafe. So even the women who are displaced have no chance of coming back. I know there were so many, at least I can remember about close to 100 women who were living in the monastery pre-2010 attack and who were forcibly displaced because of the attack by the anti-Hindu elements. They were never able to come back. They were never able to come back, even though they wanted to live the rest of their life. But the ecosystem was not in such a way that whatever the anti-Hindu elements did and the way they showcased this place, and they were never able to come back. So their experience or their opportunity to live with the 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva was ended once and for all because they were forcibly displaced. And maybe Satyakanama, you can share now how you experienced this displacement that happened in 2010.
Yes, ma. As I was sharing earlier, after the experience of the call with my Purvashram own brother, I didn't know where to go, where to stay, because I was there with some more people taking care of them to be safe, and each one of them, I really they didn't want to go because each one of them were afraid. In a way or other, each one of them has to go through this question: are you pure? In a way, in a different languages. Because of this media, and many of them didn't want to go from this from our ashram, because all of them were living here for a couple of years, and they know what they are being told in the media is not true, and they didn't want to, because they choose their life to be as in the monastery, and they doesn't want to go back. But we all were being forcibly asked to go out of that place. If you don't leave this place now, literally the police who were there, just on our face told, if you don't leave the place now, in a certain time, you will be arrested and booked a case under prostitute. Like that, the fear was put on us and asked us to leave the ashram.
And I remember Satyaganama, we have the Laughing Temple where, we are all there and the spiritual guidance goes on. They actually, the media was in the Laughing Temple, and the sannyasis who were doing the security rounds for the night, their mats were there, mats and mattresses were there in the Laughing Temple just for them to rest a bit there, right? And the media actually showed that, and the words were about prostitution and sleeping around, right?
Yes.
And they're showing those mats and mattresses in the Laughing Temple as visuals to match these lines.
When we were walking
night rounds, so that to find out what is happening in which corner of the ashram. We had no sleep, right? So what we did while going for night rounds, a couple of them have put their mats or mattresses in the Laughing Temple in that open space, and the camera is zooming in on that, and the commentary is prostitution and lying around. I mean, it was just shocking.
One more thing was that mattress and people walking. See, in our ashram, we are walking to one place to one other.
Exactly.
Like from a place to eating place. They from a long shot shoot us and put this visual both together, saying that they are walking around doing this prostitution. This was visuals again and again showed about all the female monasteries in the campus. Seeing that many more calls were being made for me to get out of that place. And many of them till now, many of the relatives are think their thing is, she's brainwashed and she's doing some other prostitution. Only she's not a woman which has to be respected. It was so badly put, so badly focused on. It's all. Like what to say, attachment of different visuals which they morphed themselves and portrayed and giving a vulgar, can't be told comments and like whoever wants, if they listen out of ashram and living and they will think we are prostitutes living the worst life. None of them will think that we are a monastic person. Like that, the visuals.
And this is not just what you were sharing. Even our own family members asking this kind of a question, and in such a way where looking at the women from Kailasa, from the Adinam as prostitutes, and asking these kind of questions, and the families asking the women who came from the Adinam to forcibly taking them the virginity test. And this was not just in India, this was actually worldwide. There were Adinavasis who were from Malaysia and from the other parts of the world, and there were children who didn't even know what virginity test was, and they were asked and they were forced to take such tests. It was horrifying. It was extremely traumatic. What we as women went through at that time, what we as the monastic members went through when we were displaced, what we had to go through in the hands of public and in the hands of our family was extremely distressing, was extremely traumatic for each and every person. And so many women lost their opportunity to be a part of Kailasa, just because of the anti-Hindu narrative and the so much of hate speech continuously bombarded in the media.
Yes, ma'am, because Bhagavan is one of the thing where our women were given the opportunity of the monastic life, sannyas, because many of the other organizations doesn't give this importance as well. for the women. So I think they were targeting to break that, where Bhagavan's service of this giving the same importance, equal respect to the women, and empowering them to become spiritual leaders and come out of their. See, if I am outside, I am being a widower, how much stress and other things would have been happening. But after coming here, I have been given all spiritual guidances, taking care of many items, and taking care of so many temples and rituals, which all has been learned after I have met Swamiji and initiated as Swamiji's disciple. Bhagavan. So this main work of supreme point of Hinduism, they wanted to destroy, using this as a main weapon also. That's what in all these years I was able to see in it. Because see, Swamiji was giving many female the equal rights as male sannyasis, monastic orders. Till now, if you can see in our Sangha organization, we can see this. But unfortunately, many hundreds of them missed it because of this wrong fake news portraying, because they targeted Swamiji and with them all female monasteries. So many of them, as Jnanatma Swami said, worldwide missed this monastic lifestyle which they wanted to do.
If you see as a single mother, Satyagana Swami, as a single mother of a 9-year-old child at that time, when you went through the displacement, when you were forcibly, you had to leave and you had to protect your child, and how was it for you? Not just as a woman of Kailasa, but as a single mother.
That's what, Ma. It was like I was left with no one in the room to take care of me. I felt a deep insecurity what to do, how to live this way, how to face others, and being a single mother of a single child, of a female child mainly. And this is going to be portrayed, because by the time itself, they started asking, oh, you are having a female child. What are you going to do with her in her future? See, the way they have been portrayed, it was literally, my future was in a black screen. I can't see anything else. It was like insecure, no one there to live, and it was like, what to do next? Even when I lost my Purvashram husband and was with my kid also, this was not there, because I had some future study or anything, like a hope. And then by the time I saw Swamiji, my life was settled. That was the feeling I had. It was a safer place, safest place I am there, giving the best education wise, safety wise, everything for my kid also. We both like settled for once for all, and everything is fine, like. And overnight, if this is going to be thing, I literally, and all the way the false news is going on, the way my relatives or my friends or even my own brother, for that sake, talking with me, I literally lost hope of living itself. It was, if only a mother with a child, a female child, can really understand what I had gone through, put on the roads. It was actually so horrible. I like each one I see also, I think, oh, they are looking me in a bad way. It was like a feeling like I can't go anywhere, stay anywhere. Or usually in outer side, there's no security for a single woman itself. If moreover, if it's a widower, it's like, no sir. At least that is what the society has shown me. Now, after all this big fake news being in this thing and going back, I couldn't even imagine that situation.
Satyagana Swami, how long were you outside and how did you build your life and come back into the Adinam? Today, you're a proud Purna Sannyasi of the Kailasa's Nithyananda order of Sannyas. After so much that has happened to you, which you've not even started sharing still in its details, what was the period you were outside and when did you come back to the monastery to continue the service?
Okay, ma. See, that is the thing. We didn't want to go outside because of all this fear, first thing. Second thing, nothing has happened here in the ashram as what it is portraying. If I take a decision of going outside, this is going to be like I am also believing what is happening here. And I didn't want to leave this place. But the police, which was there at that time, forced us, saying that you will be arrested under this prostitution. So you have to leave. We just, I was outside in a place near Bangalore itself for 2 days, 2 to 3 days, 2 nights to 3 days. Then they said, from the administration and spiritual guidance we can come back. So I just rushed. The time I got the call, we can come back. I came back to start my thing. And within the 3 days, I was back to the ashram, being in the ashram. But the 3 days was a hell outside. Because whoever we meet, whoever we talk, because we can't talk about Swamiji. We didn't know what is going on, how Swamiji is safe or not, or any who gave me a place for the 2 days. Also, we can't talk or we can't say that we were there. So just coming
here
back
again, Ma, if you see here again in what has happened in your own life, if people just put their simple rationale to work, you've gone through so much in just a few days, and your only focus was how to get back to the monastery.
Yes.
If people out there, the public, who are consuming the strategies of the media mafia with all their innocence, right? They're just consuming it with all their innocence. If they just think, okay, so these are the people who are sharing about being displaced so many times across so many attacks, women being displaced across so many attacks across the years. Why did they choose to go back to the monastery every time? Why won't they take the decision, enough is enough, I'll just live somewhere and die? Why would they want to go back to the same monastery? If they ask this single question, then they are really opening up an honest inquiry into what is happening behind this entire attack, how this entire attack has been strategized and staged, and how instead of being bogged down by the attack, why we want to go back to the monastery, which is being portrayed as a brothel house, as a prostitution center, as a terrorist outfit center, as a cheating, all the cheatings that go on, and all the cheating sections under IPC. If so much is going on there, then why would so many women that too who have been displaced because of all these things want to go back to the same monastery? What do they gain out of it? If they ask that one simple question with simple logic.
And this is exactly what is coming out in the public through the UN recognition of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the displacement of the indigenous women of Kailasa, and how we had gone through this displacement, and how this displacement had left a traumatic experience for us. Yet we all made our way back, and there were many who could not, who were victims of the displacement, who couldn't make their way back as well. And we wanted all the Hindus worldwide, all e-Kailasians. It is important we understand the strategies used by the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militant gang to completely dismantle, the Hindu nation from the very roots, from the very foundation, attacking the vulnerable sections of the society, the women and the children, and attacking the leader of the nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism itself. So it is a very strategic conspiracy against the Hindu nation, and it is very important that we as Hindus cognize what is happening to us. And the report that has been published by the United Nations on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa really brings all this to limelight. And I invite each and every one of us to share this, please download and read the report yourself. And in the upcoming segments of this program, we will be having many more of the victims of the persecution, the indigenous women who were victims and who are victims of this persecution, to come forward and share. And we invite each and every one of you to visit the UN website, download the report and read it for yourself, so you know how the rights of the indigenous women of Kailasa were completely violated and how the persecution continues on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. So we thank the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for bringing this to the attention of the international community by documenting this persecution while amidst all this was happening, having a team to document all this, whether it's pictures or videos or data, so that we could bring it out and we could publish and the UN could recognize this persecution. This is because of the continuous efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that today the Hindu Holocaust has finally been brought to light. So with that, we would like to conclude today's segment. We would like to conclude today's segment, and we invite each and every one of you to please like, comment, and share the official post on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official Facebook handle, Sph Nithyananda Paramashivam page, and on the Twitter page, which is Shri Nithyananda at Shri Nithyananda on Twitter. Please go ahead and like and retweet and share this with as many people as possible. So with that, we come to the conclusion of the segment, and we will be continuing this. And the next Devi Parashakti program is happening at 4 p.m. IST Indian Standard Time, and at 8 p.m. we will be coming live to share some more segments and some more experiences from the victims of the horrific persecution on Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And now the next segment that we'll be entering into is the Kailash Courtyard Power Manifestation session. So let's get ready. We'll be concluding this segment with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Harihi Om Tat Tat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasudasham Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is Spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is Spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Bhagwan beautifully explained what is Spa manifestation. The cognitive shift in you. You start experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva and manifesting the powers. Being alive and commanding over the nature, commanding over everything. You understanding that you are the source of everything that manifests as reality. The Paramashiva in you starts becoming the reality for you more than the outer world, the identities that we carry. Now, the science of power manifestation. It is a science because it is repeatable and all of us can manifest these powers. And it has been supported by the evidences. The evidences from the Shastras, Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas, the Aptas, are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvar, Siddhas, who have experience and the results of the Aptas, who are the authority of Hinduism, who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, scientific and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela, mapping to the Shastra and the Apta Pramana. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan himself. Bhagavan has beautifully said, I myself will be in this Kailash courtyard and manifesting the powers through each one of you, making you experience that you are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti, manifesting all the realities. He has brought all the gifts from Kailasha for us to experience each one of them and be in the oneness with Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study, measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Again and again, we can be in the enlightened state, the thoughtless space. Thinking is not required for life. And the superconscious being, how he has described that so many have experienced that oneness and manifested their reality. And each one of us can manifest the same thing, understanding the higher science of the reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. This is the scriptural reference for the power of will. And this is from the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.13. Icha Shakti Uma Kumari, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, his will is the energy of Shiva and it is called Uma, an independent power of Paramashiva, and it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. Shiva Sankalpa Mama Sankalpa. It is beautifully said how his will becomes our will And is it free choice or it is predetermined? Bhagavan beautifully says, when you are caught in the delusion, it is predetermined. If you want to be in the free will, if you understand that your father is $1 trillion father, simply you can manifest any of the realities, then it is a free will. So if you understand that you are consciousness and you are the source of everything that exists as reality, the manifestation, all that exists, Bhagavan says, is Paramashiva. All that happening is Parashakti, manifested as reality. All that exists is we, if we wake up to understand that, we will understand the higher reality. Each one of us a reflection of each other in different shapes, different form, different possibility. But everything is a manifestation of the reality. Consistently, we are manifesting our reality and experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. All that which exists is more and more in a beautiful space of oneness. When Adi Shankaracharya, who is an embodiment of Paramashiva, who was feeling thirsty one day, so he took his disciples and went that side, and he found an arak shop, and he took that and drank it, and his disciples were so happy, they also drank it. And going further, he again felt thirsty, and then he saw a molten metal area, and all the disciples literally got shaken. What is he going to do? He went and drank the molten metal, and nothing happened to him, nor the throat, nor the stomach, nor his body. Everything was just perfectly fine. And he turned to the disciples literally vanished away. All that we need to understand is how they were able to dissolve into the any possibility that existed. If a stone could eat the sugar cane, or the elephants could come into the prison and eat tons of sugarcane in Hathiram Baba's case, whatever the possibility, they just understood that it is anything is a possibility. How in the dream anything is a possible, even though you are lying down, and you manifest all that as reality. Same way, all these great truth is a possibility in us. If we experience the higher science, we will understand the greater reality we are. Each one of us are Paramashiva, the very core. Otherwise, we are literally a dead body, a matter. A thought is a matter, a body is a matter, but there's something beyond that which can be experienced as consciousness, which is manifesting this body also, which is manifesting the thoughts also, which is manifesting our reality also. But we take the identity thinking that we are doing something here. And that is where the confusion starts. If we understand the higher science, that we are the manifestation of the higher reality. We are not just a part of it, or we are not just a matter, but we are consciousness. And when we understand that we stay as consciousness, we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. We can manifest any reality. The Siddhas, the Nayanamars, the Alvars, all of them have experienced all this reality because they understood the science, how we exist in the existential truth. What we perceive right now is only delusion, which carries a lot of sufferings, lot of pain, lot of incompletions. In the dream, anybody hits you or hurts you, or you get hurt, or you have a heart attack, you don't run to the hospital when you get up. That is exactly how Bhagavan says, when you wake up to the reality, you'll understand all what you're perceiving as your struggle, as your incompletion, as the most miserable time is just part of your dream. When you wake up, nothing is real. All are projection of your own reality. Somebody is projected as a cunning person, somebody is projected as a very nice person, somebody is projected as an angry person, is different forms and shapes of yourself. If you understand that whole science, how we can exist and how the very core of us as a reality exists, we can manifest any reality and command over that. Anywhere which we are not listening to ourselves, that's when the outer world does not listen to us. The same thing, if we do not accept some part of us, the outer world does not accept. In some part of us where we get angry with us, that is the some part of us which is angry with us. If we complete all the dimension in us, instead of changing the mirror or putting a plaster in the mirror because we got hurt. Does not help. If we change ourselves and understand these are delusion that I have created, I enrich them, I cherish them. If I drop them, the mirror will also drop it. It's simple as how the hat and the monkey story. If you drop the hat, all the monkeys will drop it. So if you drop the incompletion, all your outer world reality, and simply drop it, and you will be in collective oneness with everything that exists. You will understand that whatever you perceive is exactly what is the outer world manifesting as reality. If you perceive only Paramashiva, Parashakti as your reality, continuously soaked in that, then you will see everything in the outer world as auspiciousness, as a possibility, as manifestation, as listening to you as a reality. How we are aligned to the highest cosmic space and the deep inner core that we are Paramashiva, how much you are integrated to that, life is integrated with you for that. The more we are integrated to the higher reality, the more we are going to have the auspiciousness and abundance flowing through us, and whatever we command and demand, it simply starts manifesting as reality. Bhagavan has beautifully given the science of our manifestation. The Apta Pramana. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas who have manifested the powers of Paramashiva. This is from Periya Purana. This is a story of the Ilaikunde Nayanar who got lot of wealth and he wanted to donate to every person who is a Shiva devotee and treat them with care and respect and everything. One day Shiva comes by and he wanted to see how he can help him. And so that day it was raining a lot and all the woods and everything was outside. And in that rain, he came by and he said, I'm very hungry. I need food now. And so beautifully, the Nayanar got together with his family and simply even the wet logs of fire, he prayed to Shiva and then he lit it up and cooked in that wet wood and fed him. And whatever he had given all that to him to make him feel comfortable. When he saw that devotion, dedication, and manifestation of the power of just simply bringing the heat in a wet wood to light it up for fire was the ultimate, and Shiva blesses him and gives him the darshan. When you are completely surrendered that whatever Shiva gives as auspiciousness, Shiva is not somebody else. The people who you are interacting every day with yourself, whoever is living with you, whoever is working with you, are all the forms of Shiva who is manifesting as different reality as you. And when you understand the greater science that is a projection of you, as Shiva himself is manifesting as those reality, more and more you get into the oneness space and take every instant as a prasada, you will start seeing everybody as Paramashiva himself. When once they had a big gate for Ramana Maharshi so that people don't come when they come for the Tiruvannamalai going around the hill Girivalam. So they put a big chain and big place so that they don't go near to Ramana Maharshi. So what he did was he picked up the chair and went the other side of the chain and he went and sat in where the people are supposed to be standing. And everybody asked, if you do this, everybody will come and fall at you. And he told, what do you think? They are coming for darshan for me? No, they are all Arunachala. I want darshan of them. So I am going and putting myself there so that I get a good glimpse of them. It is so that he saw everybody as only Paramashiva. More and more, when you ask Bhagavan, how does he see you? How does he see the whole hall? He says, I see as frequencies, as energy, as Paramashiva, as each individual. He does not see with a label on us as so and so and so and so. He sees everybody, everything as Paramashiva, only a manifestation of that reality. When you are soaked in Paramashiva, everything will appear in that form and in that name. And simply you will start understanding everything listens to you. Even the objects start listening to you, whether it is matter or if it is a person simply will start listening to you because you are in oneness with Paramashiva. Let's hear from Bhagwan beautifully narrating on the consciousness.
All the mental abilities, source of all the knowledge and source of all the mental resources is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Even when you are eating, before eating, just sit for a few seconds and bring your breathing and remember the reality. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is breathing in you. Paramashiva is breathing in you. That is the truth. There is nothing to imagine and visualize and realize. Reality does not need to be realized. It is the truth. Highest possibilities, mental resources, conscious resources manifest from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space. Turiyavana Sampannam. Time you spend on unclutching is the only time useful in your life. Every minute you spend in unclutching, your life will be rewarded with years. Understand? Unclutching or even effort to unclutch is like a rebooting. Means you are alive and upgraded. Kailasa releases the upgrading software every day. My everyday satsang is upgrade alert. You can choose do now, or you can say remind me later. That is alive satsang. Or not now. It is up to you. I am just everyday satsang is update alert. Every day sitting in unclutching is like rebooting your whole system.
Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramana are the millions of disciple devotees, followers who have experienced the power manifestation and sharing with us. Here a devotee, Vishnu, she is saying, by using the third eye, I increase the body temperature 1.2 degrees to the other person. We are going to manifest the power of increasing the temperature. And let's hear Bhagwan speaking about power of will.
Ability to think, you have something called ability to will. The ability to will integrates all your abilities. The ability to will is the spiritual umbilical cord connection with cosmos. Understand, other than God, no one can will. When we are told only God's will be done, means actually no one else can have will. Only God can have will. If you are having the power to will, you are connected to God. You are part of God. You are Him. Understand? Power to will is umbilical cord connection with God. Our umbilical cord connection with God is our power to will. If you will, no one can deny it. Even God cannot deny it because your will is bestowed on you by God.
So beautifully, Bhagwan has beautifully given us all the pramanas for us to understand that each one of us can manifest the reality. Now, if you have a cell phone, that's wonderful. You can record the whole experiences. If you have Jnananjan in your Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. If you do not have the Jnananjan, that's okay. You can apply the Aushadha, the Vibhuti and the Kumkum in your third eye. It detox you so much that you start realizing and the superconscious can reflect in your brain as reality. All these great truths that Bhagavan is giving us again and again for us to understand the higher science, how we exist as consciousness. The guidelines. You can start recording the camera, put the Jnananjan in your third eye and your temples. And if you have a partner, wonderful. If you do not have a partner, that's also fine. You can increase your own temperature. If you say you don't have a thermometer, how do I increase and how do I know? You can take a glass of water. Raghupati Yogi, when he used to take Bhagwan, when he was a child, from 3 years to 13, 14 years, he used to take Bhagwan for yoga classes right in the morning in a very cold nights and early morning. And so Bhagwan has to take bath in the temple tank and it used to be very shivering. And Raghupati Yogi will touch the part of the water and simply the water will become warm. And Bhagwan used to take bath in the water. Same thing, you can take 2 glasses of water and increase the temperature of 1 and see the difference how it happens by touching it. And simply you can experience the oneness. You will be able to raise the temperature of the water. If you do not have any thermometer, if you do not have any partner to increase the temperature of the partner, you can also do it on the glass. But preferably if you can do it on the other person and increasing their temperature, and measuring with a thermometer. Always measure the thermometer with the thermometer twice so that we can be authentic. It's not some hallucination or fantasy, but in real, seeing 5 to 10 units going up as manifestation will be the authentic space of manifesting anything. So make sure on the camera you're able to increase without touching anything, increasing by 5 to 10 units. But if you say, I just feel the Kundalini energy, I just feel the heat in the body, I do not have any experience of changing the temperature, still you are manifesting the Paramashiva space. And simply you understanding that you are Paramashiva, you are manifesting. Even if you're breathing, you are manifesting. The Paramashiva in you is doing all the hard work in your body. And if you understand the microcosm, how it works, you will also understand the macrocosm, how the outer world reality is also functioning as Paramashiva as reality. You will be only in deep gratitude to understand that Paramashiva is always making you the most auspicious space. So let's go to the guidelines and instruction to manifest the powers. Let it be very authentic. Do not have any external ways to connect to the water or the body temperature, only through the power of third eye. And this is only healing a person, so it will not have any side effects or after effect. So sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti, Bhagavan beautifully darshans and satsangs and his gestures and his powerful cognitions. Remember all the words that he said. Reinvent yourself, rebuild yourself. Again and again, hold that powerful cognition. Bhagavan is giving us the best breakthrough that we can experience in the reality. The power manifestation is the ultimate space. Every day, few minutes being in the conscious space, we are manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. In the deep meditative space, will reach us into a superconscious being. It might be very simple, but it is very profound. The tablet or anesthesia is very small and simple. We just have to take it in. That's all we do. But it is having so much effect on the body. Same way, if we understand the science of power manifestation, it can be few seconds that we experience the oneness with Paramashiva, but the few seconds is going to alter your reality. So it's so powerful and so auspicious in abundance. Let's sit straight. Let us get into the beautiful space of oneness, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Let go all your identities, all your thoughts, all your ideas, views, opinions, anything out of the door. Tell very clearly, for power manifestation classes, they are not allowed. Only Paramashiva is allowed. So sit as Paramashiva, sit as Devi with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands, alive, real, and vibrating with the Maha Vakya, loudly chanting and deeply from your navel center, your whole being vibrating with that. And if you see yourself as Devi and deep engrossed in that, forgetting yourself and simply you'll see the manifestation happen as reality. And that has how all of us have experienced entangling with Bhagavan. When you entangle, whatever state Bhagavan is in, which is superconscious space, will start mirroring into you also when you're in deep samadhi, that is the thoughtless space. When you chant the Mahavakya, you raise your frequency, you get into the thoughtless space. And holding the oneness, the Bhava, with Paramashiva entangles the same thing. How the tuning fork, if you have two tuning fork, one, if you hit on one, the other will be starting to manifest. Same way, all of us sitting with this oneness capsule, chanting the Mahavakya, raising the frequency, same thing happens. You entangle with the higher intelligence, higher consciousness, and that auspiciousness and abundance just flows through you as reality. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely and experience the power of will of changing the temperature of the body or the water.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third activities. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Whatever we have experienced is the prasada from Bhagwan. Again and again, if we understand how the higher science works, we'll be in such a gratitude. Gratitude is the shortest distance for us to understand the higher reality. Because the more and more we understand how it has been done, it is simply the compassion, uncompromisable compassion of the higher self, the Paramashiva, to manifest in us as reality. Again and again, when we understand the higher science, we will manifest more abundance and more powers. We will start understanding everything that exists is a manifestation just for us. And each one of us experience that Brahman, that ultimate source, the ultimate reality, consciousness, Paramashiva, Bhagavan himself, manifesting through us and so beautifully bringing all the auspiciousness and abundance. It is not just increasing the temperature, it is increasing your auspiciousness and abundance. Whenever you sit, even for a second of unclutching, it's worth than anything you did on the day, Bhagavan says. It's so powerful. Even if you touch the electricity 1 second, it's enough to kill you. So it's so powerful. That is the exact space. And this is more powerful than a strong nuclear force. So what could happen if you are in consciousness continuously for a few seconds? You will be enlightened. Bhagavan says 21 seconds, if you are able to stretch yourself into the oneness space, simply you become Paramashiva and simply manifest as reality. As ultimate reality, you start living as an enlightened being, superconscious being. It is quite possible for each one of us. That is why we have so many millions of them, enlightened souls who have manifested all these powers. Again and again, we listen to all these great stories where we understand the higher science. D.K. Patamal was initiated by Ramana Maharshi into the greatest singing possibility. And she was not even speaking, and she was a special child when she went to Ramana Maharshi as a little girl. And he touched her throat and blessed her, saying that she will be the greatest singer. And today we have the reality happening. All these great avatars have manifested in all of us in different possibility that we can have so many references. If we understand how these sciences work by these power manifestation classes where Bhagavan himself says, I myself is present to manifest your reality. If you're sitting with Bhagavan right now in front of you, what would you be thinking? What you would be wanting to say? And you will be in such a oneness, you will forget everything that exists because of his presence, not because you are next to him, but because of his presence. Bhagavan beautifully says, the Ganga gets cleaned near the ocean not because Ganga goes and meets ocean, but the ocean comes and cleans the Ganga and removes all her dirt out and sends her back. Simply like that, all of us, when we are in the space of oneness, few minutes during power manifestation, we start experiencing the higher reality which changes our perception of this world and perception of everything. The powerful cognition that Bhagavan is giving continuously for us to shift into the next possibility. The world is going to be conscious driven. Like how we had the technology driven age, we are going to have a conscious driven age. And getting ready for that is what Bhagavan is preparing our mind, body, detoxing us and making us pure space of oneness to experience the higher reality. So we'll have one more cycle of power manifestation of the power of will of increasing the temperature of other person or the glass of water. How you would prefer, you can do that. If you've already manifested, great, you can share that experience in the chat for others to be inspired and others to entangle with that message. If you're feeling like I'm not manifested, surrender everything to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, surrendering to Bhagavan's lotus feet will raise you to the higher reality. At Bhagavan's lotus feet, all that we exist, we understand, we know, drop it, drop everything. And simply you will see the manifestation happening. Once you understand that there is nothing for us here except experiences. The rays of the suns are equally powerful as the sun. The rays are experiencing the oneness of the sun and radiating. Same, each one of us is Paramashiva. Each one of us can radiate the same thing as Paramashiva and manifest all the reality, holding only that powerful cognition. Bhagavan says collective integrity, all of us sitting today now and manifesting the power of Paramashiva, power of will, is such an auspicious space. So let's start chanting intensely with a deep listening. Let's put away our cell phone for a few minutes and intensely start chanting and experience the oneness and raising the liquid temperature or your body temperature, and make sure you're authentically measuring it. And if you can video record or take a picture, that will be really nice. At the end of the session, we can share it with the world. So let's start chanting the Maha Vakya intensely.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Such a beautiful experience. All of us can now open your eyes and measure the temperature. Make sure the temperature is raised authentically, and you are checking a couple of times to make sure the temperature has really got the same number both the times. And take a picture, or if you're doing a video recording, that's excellent. Share it in the tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Billions of people are there not knowing all these consciousness or anything. They are suffering so much and struggling so much, and with so much of healing is required. And each one of us taking a moment, it just takes 5 minutes to share all these powerful cognition from pre-satsang, satsang, and power manifestation. Your opinion, your suggestions, your comments are really valued. And take 5 minutes in your social media or in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Just type one line how you experience the power manifestation. That will benefit so many millions of them out there who have no idea what is happening in life and why is it so chaotic and suffering so much. This will help them to get them to Bhagwan, Satsang and power manifestation, for them also to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. If you see a $sign at the end of the YouTube chat, please go ahead and click it and offer a unit of your currency. Why do we ask you to drop $1 every time? Is because more and more you offer the currency, your inner space becomes Kailasa. Again and again, when you go to the temple, we offer $1 into the hundi. The first thing that we see after we enter the big doors of the temple is to offer something before we ask for something. All the time we ask for something, but if you go on offering, you will see you are in abundance of oneness with Paramashiva. So let's offer all our powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagwan's lotus feet and thank Bhagwan from the deepest of us, and with a deep yearning ask Bhagwan to make Paramashiva as your existential reality. Again and again, when we start praying that Bhagwan, that we are Paramashiva and Parashakti manifesting as oneness, we raise into the higher superconsciousness. And thanking each one of you here to experience this beautiful space of Paramashiva today. And let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for attending all these sessions today with the blessing of Paramashiva. Make sure you're available at 6 p.m. tomorrow in the Zoom session for more manifestation sessions. Thank you, Nithyanandam.